YouTube. So go ahead, head on over YouTube, guys. Alpha Day Trading. Let's make it happen. Let's have some fun. Let's identify those great opportunities and let's make some profit, because I didn't trade yesterday, guys. I did not trade yesterday because I was not a fan of really anything. And I wasn't really 100% mentally here in the market and like really mentally focused. So I just took the day off. I didn't trade yesterday, but I feel good today, guys. I'm fired up. I'm hungry. I'm ready to go. Ready to find those really great opportunities and lock in some great profits, guys. So are we live on YouTube? And we're live. Let's go ahead and roll the intro. Good morning, traders. What is going on? And happy, what day is it? Come on, someone hit me with it. Someone hit me with it. What day is it? Denise, Cornelius, Chris, Skylar, K, Glow, Casey. What do we got going on? It's Hump Day. That's what I'm talking about. It is Wednesday, September 8th, 9 o'clock in the morning, aka Hump Day, my favorite day of the week. I just love saying Hump Day, and typically Wednesdays are my best days in the market. So with that being said, once again, good morning, traders. Good morning, team. Everybody inside of chat. Casey, K Glow, Chris, Skylar, what's up? What's going on? Corey, JR Shots, Rob, good freaking morning and happy Hump Day. Everybody over on YouTube, Denise, Cornelius, Nate, everybody on TikTok that's making their way from TikTok over to YouTube. Good morning. Happy Hump Day, guys. What do we got going on in the market? We got a decent amount of stuff to talk about, guys, right? We don't have a huge watch list, but we have a solid watch list. You know, I don't like 20, 30 stocks on the watch list. I really like to identify 3 to 5 that I can just focus on throughout the day, and those 3 to 5 having really, really good opportunities. So with that being said, let's talk about our up gappers today and what we're watching and why we're watching those. And then talk about some back burner plays like BBIG, stock that we've been swing trading for the last couple of days. AMC with a really nice daily technical setup. Some other swing trades that are starting to set up, and we could definitely start to see some opportunity present itself for some nice swing trades this week and next week as well. So, number one, let's get this out of the way. KDMN acquisition news, right? 90 to 95% of the time, these stocks don't do anything off acquisition news. It's not worth your time. So, technically, the number one stock on the leaderboard is what? It is ticker GANX. GANX currently up 27%. So if we really look at the leaderboard, we're going to just take KDMN away, right? That's 73%, but it's acquisition news. So the number one stock really on the leaderboard right now is only up 27%. That's not fun, right? We want to see 60, 70, 80% gappers. When we start seeing stocks gapping up 50%, 100%, you know it's going to be a hot day in the market. When you see stocks gapping up lower than 50% in the 20s, the 30s, usually they're slower days, right? Just historically, looking at our up gapper list, when we have up gappers, 10%, 20, 30%, typically, you know, across the board, it is a slower day. So just kind of be mindful of that, right? The number one stock right now that's up 27% is GANX, right? 27%. It's trading just about 2 million shares against the 25,000 that it normally trades. So we have high relative volume. We do have a low float stock as well, only 7 million in flow. And we have some really good news here. Some really good news here on GANX, right? So some solid news there. They're announcing positive top line data in their treatment for Parkinson's disease, right? So the key words to take away there is they're announcing positive top line data, right? That is a solid press release. I love these press releases, right? So again, I like the press release. It's great. On a scale of 1 to 10, 7 or 8 on the press release. We have good volume in comparison to the average daily volume there on GANX, and it's a low float stock as well. So with that being said, I think GANX could be a really nice, really good back burner, low float sleeper play. And I say back burner because it's not doing anything right now in pre-market, right? It literally opened up around 831, shot up towards around 1360, all the way back down at $10. It's not doing anything right now to where it's like, hey, if it comes down here, we're looking for this setup, we're looking to go long, but there's no technical setups to really build a plan around right now. So it's more or less just a back burner sleeper play because it is a low float stock and it has good news. And we could definitely see GANX go on a nice move today. So I want to keep GANX on high watch. We're going to add it to our watch list as a back burner sleeper play. All right. We do have room on GANX back up towards around $10.95, $11, right? We do have the IPO open low. We have some resistance right there on the daily chart from end of May, early June, right around $10.95. So again, at least we know we have room to $10.95, right? Anything over $10.95 and $11, where could we go? Well, right back up into those pre-market highs. But let's go ahead and just look at that daily chart real quick and try and identify the best of the best levels here on the daily chart. So I'm seeing 1374, so pretty close to those highs. So we're talking 1360, 1374 is going to be the next target if we can re-break and hold above $11 here on GANX. Anything over that level, we could see GANX up towards around $15. So again, right now, it's a game of patience, guys, right? Looking to see if GANX can stay above 10. Looking to see if GANX can re-break and re-hold, right? $10.95, $11. If so, we do have room back up to those pre-market highs of 1360, and then we have some room up towards around $15 here on GANX. And again, announcing positive top-line results from their Parkinson's study, all right? So, got some good news there on GANX, back burner sleeper play. Then we have AEI. So AEI was a mover yesterday. We were talking about AEI possibly setting up for a nice moving average squeeze formation. This stock really didn't do too much yesterday. It had a nice pop to 260, consolidated sideways pretty much all day, and then it got some action last night, and it got some action this morning. We have room to 330. That's it. We got room to $3.30 on AEI. Now, if we're strong enough today to break 330, and this stock is not slowing down, and this stock has the hype and the activity, we do have room to 350, to 4, and then 442. Here on AEI. And if it's very, very strong, I mean, we do have another gap up here that we could definitely fill up towards around 475 on AEI. But honestly, what would I like to see on AEI? I would like to see this stock run to 330, right? Even buying, let's say we got a setup at $3. Let's say it sets up and we're long at 3 and we have a 330 target. Well, number one, that's a 10% return, right? 10% is 10%, guys. I'll take that all day, every day, okay? I would really but I'd like to see the stock, run up to 330 today, get rejected off the 50-day moving average, and consolidate over the next week or two. Continue to consolidate sideways above the 20 EMA and below the 50 SMA and get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and possibly set up for a nice moving average squeeze formation. So not only do we have potential today, at least to get up to 330, right? We could break 330 and we could run to 442. We could fill that gap up towards around 475, right? So we have opportunity today, maybe even coming into a swing trade for the end of this week. Or if we get that rejection at 330 and we continue to consolidate over the next week or two and we hold above that 20 EMA, we see the stock getting tighter and tighter and tighter, we could definitely have some more opportunity coming on up in the coming weeks. And that's exactly why I put AEI on my swing trade watch list, because this is a stock that I do want to keep on high watch, guys. Not just today, not just the end of this week, but in the coming weeks as well, depending on what we do today, tomorrow, and how we're setting up here on the daily chart. So again, AEI was moving yesterday a little bit. This morning at 7 o'clock, they received $15 million investment from Allset eHome International. So they received a large amount of money, a $15 million investment on AEI. That's why the stock is getting even more action this morning when it already had a little bit of activity and a little bit of attention there yesterday. So we have a decent daily technical setup. We still have a better daily technical setup that could be forming in the coming weeks, and we do have some news. We have a fresh catalyst today to support this stock being up about 15% in pre-market, trading 8 million shares. On average, it trades 5, so we do have good volume, and it's a low-ish float stock, right? It's not a medium float. It's not 40, 50, 60 million in float, right? But it's also not 1, 2, 3, 4 million in float. So I'd say it's a low-ish. It's a schmedium float, right? It's not a small float. It's a schmedium. We've got a schmedium float here on AEI at 20 million, so it definitely could rip and run, could definitely take on off. And we have the volume and we have the news. AEI, definitely going to keep this one on watch. Right now, I would say that we have some decent support back down in the 260s, whether that's right off 260 or right off yesterday's high at 269. So somewhere between 260 to 270 is great support. $3 top resistance with room to 330 here on AEI. Definitely one of the top stocks we're watching right out of the gate. All right, so that's AEI. Moving on, ADMA, guys. ADMA, FDA approval news. This stock going from 127, hitting pre-market highs of 163. And we can see that right now we're trying to double bottom here in pre-market. So we do have a nice little bottom trying to form here in pre-market, which is right above 139 daily support and daily resistance. Look at that support here, ADMA, right? Look at that support on ADMA right there back in July. Nice bottom, nice push. We lost 139, then we popped back up and tested it as resistance. As long as ADMA stays above 139 to 140, we have a lot of potential with ADMA today. We have room right back up to those highs, right? 163. Anything over 163, you're going to have some resistance right around 167 there on ADMA. Now, breaking over that 167 level, we do have some nice room to 188, right? That's going to be your top target today on ADMA. Not only is it past chart resistance and support, it's a key level. It's a solid level. It's also the 200-day moving average right there at 189. So I'm saying our top target today on ADMA is going to be 188. FDA approval. ADMA is a larger float stock, slower and steadier, right? Which is an ideal candidate for the small account. It's easier to manage. It's slow and steady when we have substantial volume as well. We're trading almost 10 million shares on ADMA, and on average, we trade 2.3. So we have high relative volume. We have good news, FDA approval. It is a larger float stock, which could be a good ideal candidate for the small account challenge, and we have some great room to the upside. So let's put this in context. If you were to buy at 145 and put a stop under those lows at 137, you're risking 7 cents or 5%. If we got the target up towards around the 200 SMA, you're talking 43 cents or 30%, give or take, potential. That right there, team, is a 5-1, 6-1 setup. So again, you could be the trader that just likes buying off support, right? You look at it like, okay, I could buy at 145. I could take a 10-cent stop with potential to get 40, 50 cents out of this trade, right? That could be the type of trader you are. You could start building a position now on ADMA, scaling in, scaling out, right? There's definitely a lot of opportunity with ADMA, right? It has some of the best volume here in pre-market, number one. Number two, it is an ideal candidate. It is a larger float stock, slower and steadier. It's not going to rip to 188 in a minute, but it may take a couple, hours to get there, slower and steadier, easier to manage. And we do have FDA approval news. So we do have some good news on ADMA. So looking at the news, looking at all the criteria here from pre-market, what it's gapping up, the volume, the float, and look at the technicals. I mean, I do like ADMA probably the most from a technical standpoint, right? We popped up the 163, pulled back to that 139, just put in pre-market market structure, right? We put in a nice double bottom at 139. As long as we don't drop below that level, I think we have a lot of potential to hit at least 167 and then 188 today on ADMA. So ADMA is definitely another stock on high watch right out of the gate. I like this one the most for the small account, right? I think it's definitely something that has some great potential for a nice, 30, 40 cent move to the upside. So we're definitely watching ADMA today on high watch right out of the gate. Then we got a couple back burner play guys, right? We got a couple back burners. AMC, right? AMC, possible cup and handle breakout formation there on the daily chart, right? Possible cup and handle formation on the daily could also be looked at as an ascending triangle. Either way you look at it, they're both breakout formations. So again, you have your big pop up into resistance. You get your pullback, your next leg up into resistance, pulling back with a higher low, back up into resistance. We could see this open and break today on AMC. Over $48, we have room to 50 and then 55. If we get rejected at 48 and we continue to pull back and hold those higher lows in that uptrend, we would definitely be setting up in an ascending triangle breakout formation for that next leg up here on AMC. So regardless of it being a cup and handle or an ascending triangle, we have a breakout formation starting to form here on the daily chart on AMC. So again, breaking over 48, holding above 48, I'm bullish. I think we have room to 50, 55, 60 on AMC over the coming weeks. So I definitely think that would create a lot of hype with AMC, and I think we could see some big days ahead with AMC. So again, AMC is on high watch, guys, not only for possible day trades, right, but for a possible swing trade coming on up with AMC as well. So I like AMC a lot for today, into this week, the coming weeks. If we do get some good setup for a swing trade, either way you look at it, AMC does have a very nice daily technical setup, and I think there's a lot of upside potential with AMC as long as we hold these levels and we get that nice breakout and we confirm with AMC. So AMC, guys, on high watch. Once again, possible cup and handle or ascending triangle formation on the daily chart. Either way you look at it, it's still a breakout chart pattern. So we're looking for the break over 48, for the leg up to 50, just natural resistance, and then the move to 55, 60, 65, 70. Again, every $5 would be good targets there on AMC, possibly all the way back up into those all-time highs of 72.62 there on AMC. And then last but not least, our swing trade, BBIG. Swinging this from last Thursday, guys? I think it was last Thursday. So last Thursday, getting a nice position there on BBIG. And BBIG, we were buying this right around like $7.50 to $8 last Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it was right around the $8 level. Took some heat on Friday, all the way down to 7, but then it regained. Had a nice little pop there Friday, and then yesterday had a nice finish. Well, not even a nice finish, but it just continued to rip and run, continued to work in our favor, and getting that break back above 8. We saw a lot of great volume move in, and it ran a lot higher than I expected in such a short amount of time. So, BBIG, guys, definitely on high watch today. We had that really nice higher time frame flag that we were talking about here in pre-market, right? The nice big rip and run, consolidating right back down to $10 support, breaking out of that flag formation, working on its next leg to the upside. Okay, so we did have a very nice flag break. But again, if we do not break over that prior high at 1150, right? If we cannot break over 1150, if we get rejected on BBIG, it could be a big double top, right? Nice big push, consolidate, breaking out of the flag. If we cannot break over that 1150 level and we start coming back down below 11, we could definitely see it down towards 10. And if we break that $10 support and crack $10 support, that would confirm a nice big double top. That's bearish, and we could see this all the way back down at $7 on BBIG. So I'm rooting for BBIG. I want to see this one breaking over 1150, getting that nice run up to those all-time highs of 1190, and ideally breaking over 1190 and going on a nice big run, right? We have room to $15 is your next biggest level on BBIG. So breaking over post-market highs of 1150, getting that break over those all-time highs of 1190, we do have room to $15 as your next main level of resistance here on BBIG. But right now, it looks like BBIG could be opening up about $2 higher, right? Yesterday, when we closed out our day and I was looking at those contracts, they were up like 100 to 200% on BBIG. It was something crazy. They were up substantially, right? There was a huge percentage gain. Now we're gapping up again, maybe $1.50 to $2 here on BBIG. Those options are going to be substantially of value, right? They're going to be probably in the $2 area on BBIG, if I'm not mistaken. I think we were buying them for like 20, 30 cents. Yesterday, they closed around 60 to 70, opening up today. Ideally, I think they could definitely open up over $1, close to 2. And again, that could be a nice $2,000 to $3,000 return on a $300 investment. So we'll see what it looks like. You know, again, that's my first watch out of the gate. BBIG is my number one watch out of the gate, guys, right? Out of the gate, I want to see what we look like. If we start cracking 11, we're looking weak. I may start closing out a majority of my position on BBIG and locking in that big percentage return, right? I'm not going to be greedy. If I'm up 2, 3, 4, 500% on BBIG, you best believe I'm locking in those profits. I do think BBIG has potential to hit 15, and if it did hit 15, those contracts could be worth $3, $4, $5 a piece. I think I have 15 of them. So again, it could be something substantial. But again, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Could it go to 15? Yes. Is it going to go to 15? Doesn't have to, right? It could dump. Those options could go from 200-300% what they closed out yesterday back down to 0. So again, bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. Don't be a pig. We were buying these contracts last Thursday around $7.50 to $8. Since then, the stock is now up about $3. Just because of the volatility yesterday, that volume that moved in right at the end of the day, those options had already appreciated really, really nicely. So again, nice end-of-day volatility, nice action, which really helped get some oomph, right, behind those option contracts. And again, currently looking like we could gap up about $1.50 to $2. So those options would probably be of value. The spreads would probably suck. They're probably going to have large spreads. They're kind of going to be all over the place. But if we can start locking in some profits and securing some profits on BBIG, I think that's a great idea, guys. Okay? So that's what I'm doing right out of the gate. Right at 9:30, I'm not looking at GNAX or GANX. I'm not looking at ADMA. I'm not looking at AMC. The first 5 minutes, my focus is on BBIG and starting to lock in some profits if I need to start locking in some profits on BBIG, guys. So with that being said, that's what we're looking at. Again, BBIG with a lot of potential, guys. AEI, not only for a possible day trade today up to 3:30, also putting it on the swing trade watch list for a possible upcoming swing trade. AMC for the cup and handle, ascending triangle breakout formation on the daily for the next leg up to 50, 55, and 60 there on AMC. Not only a day trade, but possible swing trade as well. ADMA above 139, room to 163, 167, and then 188 there on ADMA. And then GANX, a little bit of a back burner, low float sleeper play just because it has really good news there on GANX. Some other swing trades. I'm long ATER. So I do have a swing trade position on ATER for the moving average squeeze formation. I'm looking at possibly starting a position on SKLZ for the same thing, a nice little moving average squeeze formation there. We could see AEI set up in the coming weeks. And we do have LEDS possibly setting up for a decent moving average squeeze formation as well. As long as this stock holds above like 916 on LEDS, I still think we can consolidate, hold that level, get tighter and tighter and tighter, and eventually squeeze out of that moving average squeeze formation here on LEDS up towards around 12, 13, 40, 15, and then $16 there on LEDS. So again, LEDS has a lot of great potential, guys. ATER as well, and that's why I currently have a swing trade position on ATER. SKLZ considering building a position today on SKLZ for a swing trade. And then adding AEI this morning to the swing trade watch list. No intentions on swinging this right now, but it is something I think we should keep on that watch list just to observe it and see if it does continue to set up and give us a nice technical squeeze formation that we could swing trade off of. Denise, Cornelius, Mark, Ed, Jason, Jay, Skyler, what is up? Yeah, smash the like button, guys. Come on now. 60 viewers, 15 likes. Let's go. Let's go. 100 viewers, 100 likes. Maybe it's free stream Wednesday. Free stream hump day. Maybe, just maybe. It depends on if the market's hot. The market's hot, we're here. I want to be here on these live streams when the market is on fire. So right now, let's see if the market warms up. Let's see if the market's good today. Good, healthy market conditions. Nice setups, great opportunity. Let's rock and roll, guys. Let's make some great trades, and let's make some profits. Josh, good morning. Lance, good morning as well. Angel, Skylar, Casey, K, Glow. What's up, team? What's going on? Happy hump day. So again, we have about 7 minutes to go. And like I said, the first 5 minutes out of the gate, my focus is on BBIG. because I do have those option contracts from last Thursday that would probably be up pretty nice. They were up great last night on BBIG. Last night, what did they close at? Let me go ahead and get logged in. Last night, they closed up about 93%. So BBIG, last night at close, they were up about 93% ATER, up about 14%. So with that being said, we are looking to be gapping up about $1.50 on BBIG. It could be like 200-300%. So again, I got to be prepared to start taking some profits there on BBIG. So right now, going BBIG on the options chain. Trying to find my contract. Boom, right there. And we're good. So, I am right now focused on BBIG out of the gate, just in case I need to start locking in profits. Again, if we start in the dip back below 11, I start trimming, a good 50 to 75% of my position, bringing my stop on the other 25-50% to break even, and just looking to see if BBIG does continue to rip to the upside. So again, they could open up right around $1, right? I would think that they could open up right around $1 on BBIG. So we'll keep those on watch. But again, that's the number one stock that I'm watching right out of the gate, guys. Is going to be BBIG. Because again, we're opening up right at resistance. We could open, quick little pop, and then give a lot back and start selling on off. So again, I got to be quick to start locking in a good majority of those profits, guys. So right now, that is the number one stock we're watching out of the gate to start trimming profits there on BBIG from the swing trade from last Thursday. So we know exactly what's going on. We know what we're watching. We're prepared, ready to rock. Let's have an awesome day. Let's have a fun day, team. And let's lock in some killer profits today. Kelly, Cody, Tracy, good morning. What's up? What's happening? And happy hump day. Let's go ahead and get our scanners up, ready to go. We're all set, ready to rock. And then about 5 to 10 minutes in, we'll do a quick little scan through options and see if we have any options potential today. So again, AEI above 260 to 270 has great potential. AMC today over 48. ADMA, as long as this one's staying above 139, I think ADMA has some good potential. And then GANX, a little bit of a back burner sleeper play. The only thing that I'm not too crazy about with BBIG is we had a nice 1 hour flag break, right? So again, we broke out of that 1 hour flag all the way up towards around 1150, hitting that flag pull high right at 1150 from yesterday in post market. But again, we just don't really have substantial volume. But we still do have, about 30 minutes for this candle to close on out. So we could still see this shoot over 1150 and continue the rock and roll on the higher time frame. And to confirm this breakout, right? When we break out, we want to see increased volume. So right now, we broke out. We had a nice pop in volume. If this stock continues the rip and run to the upside, we want to continue to see the volume move in to help confirm that it's a healthy, strong breakout. If we get rejected at 1150 and we start curling back below 11, it could be a big M, a big double top, and we could see this curl on over, and that could have been the move on BBIG. That could have been the move, because another thing that we need to be mindful of. Well, no, I was actually saying that, earlier this morning, possible head and shoulder. I wouldn't even say it would be a little bit of a head and shoulders. I mean, you kind of see the left shoulder, the high, possible right shoulder, but it's such a nice flag breakout. It's really good action here. I don't really think it's going to confirm any kind of like bearish setup, any kind of like head and shoulders formation. It's not really textbook. It's not perfect, but it is still something to be mindful of because, again, our third leg up, right? We had one leg up. Second leg up into those 1190 highs. Our third leg up is still lower than that high here, right? So it still is the criteria of a head and shoulders formation, right? It's meeting the criteria, but it's really not like textbook. So again, it's just something to be mindful of. Just something to be mindful of here on BBIG. but we do have some decent support right around 11 bucks here on BBIG. I'd really like to see it open and pop right up to like 11.50, and then try and get some profits off the table here on BBIG. Again, my goal is probably to take half. My goal is probably to take half here of BBIG out of the open, which is about like 7-8 contracts, and then ride the rest to see if BBIG has some juice left in it. Maybe breaking over 11.90 highs and ripping and running up towards, you know, maybe 15 bucks. So we'll see, but at least I'm prepared to take some profits at the open. KDMN, not worth your time. Acquisition news. 95% of the time, stocks with acquisitions sit at that price all day. So again, KDMN is not worth your time. It was simply acquisition news, and the stock's most likely, right, with 95% odds, not going to do anything today. So let's see. I know Pancake Shark, he's got to get in here. I haven't seen Pancake yet. Pancake said he was really heavy on BBIG. So Pancake Shark, where are you at? We need you in here. We need you to start locking in profits. What if he's not in the market today? No! No! Get in here, Pancake Shark. This is the longest 5 minutes for the market open. Yes, it is. This is the longest 5 minutes for the market open. Yeah. So I think these contracts may open up at like $1. So I'm going to throw like a 90-cent limit to the sell side and at least be ready to get 5 off the table at market open. So right now we are open. They actually opened up right at $1. So I can actually go 1.00. 5 contracts limit sell. And I just took 5 off the table on BBIG, guys. Just took 5 off the table on BBIG. 230% on BBIG. So right now, they're up 217%. I just took 5 off the table right now. They're at about $1 a contract. Right now, I still have 10 left out of the 15. 10 contracts left out of the 15. I have another order for another 5. Looking to see if BBIG's got some strength to break over 11.50 here. The options aren't as wild as I thought. So they're hovering right around that $1 mark. There's a new high on BBIG. All right, are we going to start screaming? Let's see if we get halted. There's the 11.50. We want to see it closing and holding above 11.50. We have room to 11.90 on BBIG. BBIG's got a lot of attention towards it, guys. BBIG options are fucking going bananas right now, team. BBIG options are up 400% at this point in time. 340% on BBIG. Let's go! That's how it's done. Woo! 300% on BBIG. Taking a $200 investment, $300 investment, and turning it into $1,100. I'm going to take a little bit more, guys. I'm going to take some more here at 145. I'm going to take 5 more of BBIG just to be smart. Oh, no, it didn't fill me. Oh, no. All right, that should fill me. No? Oh, those tapered off quick. I got to readjust my order. So let's go ahead and modify that real quick, and let's bring it down to... Let's go like 125. Modify that. Get it sold. So there's my order. Just sitting there. Just chilling. Just chilling like a villain. Not doing too much. Gonna modify it again and try and get out at 120. It's just not filling me here. Man, I could not get out of that last bit of contracts, guys. I tried. I'm trying still. I'm trying to get out right now, BBIG. Just trying to lock in some profits here. Those fell off very quick. I mean, nasty panic pop on BBIG. Nasty panic pop there on BBIG. But hey, those, I mean, we were locking in profits. We were doing the right thing, guys. We were locking in some great profits on BBIG. 1.300%. I could not get them off the table. They just weren't getting filled. They were just not getting filled on BBIG, but still locking in at least 33% of my profits at a 300% gain. I'll take it. Right now, I'm going to try and get another order here off the table and see if I can get filled here. And I got filled. Cool. So I got 10 of the 15 filled for pretty decent reward there, guys. Pretty decent profit. You know, we're locking in at least 200% return on BBIG swing. So, hey, I don't make 200% every day, but when I do, it feels great. It feels great. And I still have 5 contracts on the table that are currently up about $300 on BBIG. And I'm going to hold, I'm going to still hold about 5 of these just to see if we continue to move on up today. But I did lock in about 66% of my position for about 200% there on BBIG. Where's Pancake Shark? He's got to get in here and lock in some profits. And then AMC over 47.83, 48 bucks on AMC. That's a daily breakout, guys. AMC definitely has a lot of big potential behind it. So AMC for that daily breakout formation, AMC has a lot of great potential, team. We need to keep AMC on high watch. Small account on BBIG. I think it was like a $200 investment on the swing. I think it was like $250 was my investment. And right now on BBIG, I still have 300 unrealized, but I have 500 realized. So that's about an $800 trade. So again, we're talking, you know, about 300% on BBIG. Just about 300%. Actually, it's showing my P&L's $1,000. So yeah, it's almost 400% on BBIG, and I still have 5 contracts on the table just to see if it continues to rip and run. So, and then I have ATER as well. That's up 35%. ATER, that swing trade, I only have 4 contracts of that, though, on ATER. But depending on what ATER looks like, today I may continue to add just a little bit more to ATER. I may start a position today on SKLZ, depending on what we look like. AEI is struggling a little bit right now. BBIG. It was a great swing trade, guys. I mean, it was great. I mean, we hit target, and our target was a retest of the highs. So we had an 1190 target. We hit 1221. So we hit target, and we locked in a good majority of those profits. So, I mean, hey, we can't complain. We went from 8 all the way back up to 12. We got it for $4 to the upside. That's exactly what we were wanting there on BBIG. Yep, so AMC broke the 48. Now we need to wait for it to pull back to 48. That's all we have to do. The stock just broke out, right? Stock just broke over 48. Wait for the stock to pull back and actually prove that it's going to hold above 48 bucks, guys. I wouldn't chase it at 49. What if it drops right back below 48 and it fades lower today? What if it's a fake out breakout on AMC? Let's wait for the stock to consolidate, wait for it to pull back, and actually prove that it's going to hold that level of resistance as new support on AMC, and we could rock and roll. So right now, anything with GANX, we're about 7 minutes into the day. So GANX, nothing there. ADMA, nothing there. AMC on high watch, but again, the stock just went from 46.50 to 49 without a single red candle, without any kind of pullback. Got to wait for the stock to pull back, guys. Just got to wait for the stock to pull back. So right now, again, I'm just waiting for the stock to pull back. Looking for an entry on AMC somewhere, but not buying it at 49 after it just ripped $2.50 to the upside. Looking to see if BBIG holds up above that 1050 level. Maybe he tries the U-shape back above 1150 and 12 and go on another little ripper and runner to the upside. Anything under 10, I lock it up completely. It's not a full, 300% on BBIG. It'd probably be about 2 to 250, but still, it's 2 to 250 on BBIG. So I'm going to give it a little bit of breathing room just to see if we do hold above 10 bucks. ISUN hitting the breakout scanner. ISUN. ISUN unit to acquire solar communities and cash and stock deal. So they launched residential and commercial expansion with acquisition of Suncom for cash payment of $24 million. So that's why we have ISUN moving on up, but it did get rejected right at that 50 SMA. If it does break above the highs in that 50 SMA back above 9, we do have some nice room up towards around 10 bucks there on ISUN, and we do have news, and it's a low float stock with some good volume as well. So ISUN, adding that one to the watch list, guys. In acquisition news, they're buying out another company for $24 million. The stock just went from around 8 bucks to 9. Has room to 10 there on ISUN. And still just watching BBIG here. I mean, honestly, BBIG still has a lot of the focus in the market, right? We look at AEI. Is AEI really doing anything? It's starting to get some volume. It's starting to break back above the open. It tried a quick little red to green move, and then it dropped lower and then right back on up. So we do have some strength here on AEI. Again, AEI has room to 3 and then 330 on AEI. AEI was one of my top watches for the small account. It's a larger float stock. It's about... No, I'm sorry. It wasn't AEI that was a larger float stock. It was like ADMA. It was ADMA that was a little bit larger of a float stock. AEI is only 20 million in float, but it does have room to 3 and then 330. So AEI definitely has some great potential. And then there's your pullback on AMC. So again, anytime a stock rips like that, guys, wait for the pullback. Wait for the stock pullback, right? The last thing you want to do is chase this because you're fearing that you're going to miss out and you're buying at 49 just to watch the stock pull back to, what, 48? Yeah, the last thing you want to be doing is buying at the highs. Wait for the stock to pull back. Where's support? Support's at the breakout level. Where's the breakout level? 47.83. So 47.83 support on AMC right now. Pancake, where's he at? We got to call him. Does anybody got Pancake's number? We got to say, dude, you're up 300%, maybe 400% on BBIG. Where are you at? You're not in chat. You're not locking your profits. You better be locking in your profits. I got to email him real quick. Hey, Pancake, dude, come on, get in the market, man. You got to lock in your profits on BBIG. He probably just tripled his small account because I think he said he went pretty aggressive on BBIG on the small account. So if he did, he's looking at 200-300% on his entire account. Woo! Got a couple grand of profits right there. Ow! That's what I'm talking about. So BBIG back above the VWAP. We do have some good potential still there on the BBIG. Back below 1050, I walk away from it, guys. Back below today's intraday low, I just go ahead and take my profits. And if it sets back up, it sets back up. We could always jump back in, but at least I'm going to secure my profits just in case it does continue to fade and fall on BBIG. There's Pancake. There's Mr. Pancake. I got 5 left. I think I'm going to start locking them up. I think I'm going to start locking them up here. Does your BBIG offset that, Pancake Shark? I'm not sure what you were trading, but did BBIG at least offset some of that on the small account? Because I know I know you said that you were pretty aggressive on BBIG, and BBIG's got us up about, what, $3 a share right now on BBIG? So I'm curious to see what you were rocking on BBIG. Right now, nothing else really standing out to me as far as, anything that I really want to get involved with. I'm still just trying to nail AMC somewhere. I'm still just trying to nail AMC. Well, the beautiful thing, Pancake, is you're so consistent. You're locking in consistent profits. I'm sure that's only a small dent in what you've done over the past month, 2 months, 3 months, right? Big loss, but I'm sure, again, you're good at managing that risk. You lock in consistent profits, a small dent, and it's still early in the day. So disconnect, take a deep breath, forget about it, right? Learn from it, and come back fresh as if it didn't happen, and look to lock in some great profits today. You can definitely recover from that. You got to put yourself in the right mindset, right? If you're like struggling, you're like, I'm aggravated, I'm frustrated, go ahead and just walk away, disconnect, and come back and reset as if you are 0 on the day, and come back and make it happen. Rebound in a good mindset, you'll make it happen. You got this. So nothing with ISUN. Nothing right now with GANX. Nothing right now with ADMA. Still waiting on AMC for an entry. AEI. Nothing right now at this point in time, but I still think we have some good opportunity on AEI. And then we're still watching BBIG to see if this is going to bottom and get the next leg up. Or maybe it just fades and falls. Again, we had a target from around $7.58 back up to those highs, and we hit target within 3 days. So it may not break 12 and continue the rip and run. That may have been target, and we may start to see BBIG officially fade on off as we're losing more juice on BBIG. So low a day on BBIG was like 1036. Anything under 1036, that's where I lock in my last 5 contracts, and I call it a day. Not calling it a day, but I call it a trade. I call it a trade with BBIG. Charlie, what's your GNOG opinion? GNOG? Wrong ticker. Come on, Josh. GNOG. What's my opinion on this? Golden Nuggets, Grand Canyon Resort awarded online tribal event wagering operator license in Arizona. So, I mean, yeah, not terrible news. Not terrible news there on GNOG. And that news was dropped at the end of August. So again, that news was dropped end of August. So, I mean, that's already been priced in. It's still grinding little by little, but yeah, I mean, the news is already out. The news has already been priced in, so I don't really expect to see too much more happen with it. Still slow and steady to the upside. But again, it's a little risky buying it right up here at these highs. I mean, where could it go? I mean, it could get up to like $25.40 and then $27. Right now, support would be back down at that prior level at $22.24 on GNOG. So, I mean, looking at it, support back down at $22.24, resistance being around 25. We're right in the middle of support and resistance. I'm not a fan, right? We're right at the middle of support and resistance. We kind of call that the uncertainty zone, right? You could buy it right now. It could come down and stop you out below support, and it could run. It's just purely 50-50 right now, and that news came out on the 30th. It's about a week ago, so it's already really been priced in, so I wouldn't really expect to see a lot of hype move in based on that news that's already been out for about a week and a half. So AMC, quick little double top off these highs. Now we wait for a setup. We wait for a setup off support, right? A little bit of a double top. We could see it right away transition, a little bit of a double bottom. And we can see it continue to move higher there on AMC. So right now, it's a game of patience. We're waiting to see if this one's actually going to hold above that 47.83, and we need some market structure. We need a little bit of market structure here on AMC. All right, so I am walking away from BBIG. So I am currently out of BBIG, guys. So I'm 100% out. Total profit on BBIG, $923. $923 on BBIG. I had a small profit before. My options P&L is $923. I've traded the equities before, made about $50. So this trade for options was about, $923. So, I don't even know what that equates to. It was like, $900, $300 investment, right about 300% there on BBIG. So not a bad way to start the day. And then we have ATER currently up 56% off the swing trade, and I still think ATER has a lot of great potential, guys. I still think ATER has a lot of great potential. So I am definitely not getting out of ATER right now. I still think ATER could squeeze up towards around 10, and there's some good profits there on the table. CLOV, I know CLOV was a nice mover yesterday. Right now on CLOV, I would like to see the setup for a possible mid-candle formation, right? Nice big move to the upside, right back down below that 200 SMA. If we close out just like this, we could definitely be setting up for a mid-candle formation for tomorrow on CLOV. But if we do start moving again today and breaking back above the open at 1040 and breaking back above that 200 SMA, we definitely have room to retest yesterday's highs of CLOV right up towards around 1110. So if CLOV actually starts ripping again today and looking good, and we see a nice big red to green move back above the 200 SMA, we do have room to $11.10 here on CLOV. But if we do not break and we do not start ripping and running and we just kind of sit sideways today and consolidate, that could be a possible mid-candle breakout formation for tomorrow on CLOV. So I definitely think CLOV should be on watch at least for tomorrow if we do get that set up. Gonzo, seriously, why are we not always trading options with returns like that? Because in my opinion, you don't get those opportunities all the time, every day. You know, in my opinion, right? I don't focus on options 100% of the time. 80% of my focus is equities, right? Consistent base hits, equities, really managing that risk. I'm really good at trading equities, right? Now, when you see a killer setup with options, I will take it. But from experience, me trading options 100% of the time, I just was never like super consistent like I was with equities. So options to me is an every now and then thing. When I see a killer opportunity, right, and I see a killer setup, and I know I can get options and I can see big reward with low risk, I'll take those. But for like, trading every single day, it's not every single day that you get 2, 3, 4, 500% on options. Now, every now and then when we identify those opportunities, let's attack. PayPal, Boeing, DraftKings, Moderna, right? All of these ones that we've been calling out the last 2 weeks, those have been pretty good returns. You're talking 100% plus, but it's not every single day. Maybe it's a couple a week. But again, we identified those really good setups, even just a couple times a week, and those are great profits. 100%, 200%, a couple times a week. They definitely add up. When did I take the option on BBIG? Last Thursday. Last Thursday, took some heat early Friday just to get back in the green. End of day Friday. Yesterday, I was holding the green pretty well. And then end of day, we got that move on up. And I closed up about 90% end of day yesterday. And then this morning when they opened up, about 300% on BBIG. But I was in those last Thursday on BBIG calls. And I think we had a couple traders in chat taking those as well. I know Pancake Shark took BBIG. Curious to see what he was able to lock in there. And I know I took it, and I think we had another trader take some BBIG calls as well. So AMC broke out, double top here intraday, right back down below that level of resistance at 47.83. So, AMC, guys, it needs to trade back above 47.83. As long as we're below 47.83, looks like we can continue to come down just a little bit more before actually getting that breakout on AMC, guys. So right now, there's nothing like really standing out to me as far as getting in. You know, like AEI, there's just nothing happening right now with AEI. AMC, we're being patient. Again, it needs to re-break and retrade above that $47.83 to $48 mark. So right now, nothing on AMC. ADMA, clearly there's nothing going on with ADMA. GANX, nothing going on with GANX. And what did I say, guys? Typically when you have stocks gapping up 10, 20, 30%, right? Usually it's a slow day in the market. Typically, historically, it's a slow day with penny stocks. Now, when we start seeing 50, 80, 100% gappers, that's when we have some attention and some heat with the market. And again, coming into the market this morning, our number one gapper was like, what, 27%? And again, it is pretty slow to start, right? We have a very choppy play, ISUN, right? Very choppy, but it is moving. We had room to $10 over 9, and it just popped right up over 9, right to $10. So, I mean, you know, we do have ISUN with some fresh news that's moving. You know, keeping that one on watch, but looking at some of these other tickers, right? Like CLOV, there's nothing right there right now. GANX, definitely not. ADMA, nope. Nothing on AMC, nothing on AEI, and really just still kind of observing and watching BBIG to see if it reverses here intraday for the next leg up. So what did that equate to? Is that like a couple 100% return there, Pancake? Couple 100% return there on BBIG. I think that's what I was locking up right about 250 to 3 on BBIG. So good stuff. So guys, my goodness, I want the market to be on fire, on freaking fire. Where's the opportunity, right? Are we touching BBIG right here? Absolutely not. Are we touching AEI right here? I don't suggest it. Are we touching AMC? No. How about ADMA, GANX? Guys, again, not a lot of hot opportunity. A lot of hot action, right? Right now, we're still only about 26 minutes into the market. So we still have so much time. We still have a lot of time in the market. We're only 26 minutes in. So with that being said, still just sitting back, being patient, looking for the best of the best opportunity. Wasn't EFTR a trade from yesterday? Yeah, EFTR was. That was one of those really random, just run, gap up, run, gap up, run, gap up, run, gap up, all the way to like 1988. Now we're starting to see a little bit more action here on EFTR. So we'll keep this one on watch, but it's a very, very high risk, high reward trade. I mean, this stock could gap up and squeeze and run all the way back to 20. But it could gap up and then just dump and fade and all the way back down to 10. So it is a high risk, high reward trade here on EFTR. So, I mean, we can definitely keep this one on watch. It was halted at 952.37, so we'll be live at 957.37. So you actually have about 30 more seconds until EFTR is live. And here on EFTR, right now we have bids at 13.95, 13.99. So we may get a slight gap up here on EFTR. And who knows, BBIG still could definitely get some action towards it, right? So BBIG definitely still has some potential. We are live on EFTR. So we are currently live on EFTR, guys. Again, high risk, also high reward here on this stock. The halt level was 1370, so you have light support at 1370. Came down, trying to bounce here a little bit. 1477 is a key level that we have to get over. If we can get over like 1477 and $15, we have room to 17 and then $19 here on EFTR. But again, high risk, high reward play. Again, I like CLOV for a mid candle for tomorrow, guys. GNAX popped up just a little bit there, so definitely worth watching. Again, this was our back burner low float sleeper play. It had really good news there on GANX. BBIG looks like it's getting a little bit of attention towards it right now. So we can see BBIG, that flag break, right? We had that nice flag. We came down and retested the flag's downtrend here. And we're actually starting to bounce off that just a little bit. You can see we came down and bounced right off that level. So could definitely start to see a nice little reversal here on BBIG to get this back up into those highs, maybe back up towards around like 12 bucks on BBIG. Support is still $10. So again, support on this stock is still back down at 10 bucks on BBIG. How's ATER doing? ATER, definitely starting to think, we could definitely start to see this squeeze here into the week, early next week on ATER. So how's ATER looking right now? ATER is up about 56% on ATER. Not too shabby. ATER still getting a little bit of attention towards it. What about some of our other back burner swing trades? SKLZ still setting up. We just talked about ATER, LEDS. We'll keep this on watch today until the end of the day and see how it sets up. ROKU, I'm still averaging into this little by little by little. And that's all we got, guys. So right now, that's just about it. What about some of last week movers, right? Do we have anything right now on SPRT? Nope. Anything really on SGOC? NURO? Nope. KPLT? Nope. ZEV still has potential, but right now, there's nothing worth getting involved with there. GSAT is trying to get some more action towards it. Traders circulate FCC permit showing Apple as company's customer. So global star shares spiking higher. Traders circulate FCC permit showing Apple as a company customer. And we had that press release last week in regards to Apple using satellite, and using a possibly partnership with GSAT for satellite calling, implementing satellite, whatever, into their phones. So GSAT, it has room back up to what it was at last Monday, I think. Last Monday it hit 242 and we're right there. So GSAT getting that pop over that 242. Your next target on GSAT would be 278. It's a large float stock, right? It is it's over 100 million in float. It's actually 700 million in float. So GSAT is a slow, steady mover, but we do have more traders, in GSAT based on that article that just came out. And then on the 2nd, they received $37.5 million advance payment for engineering service. Yada, yada, yada. AMD bounce off the gap fill. Let's go look at AMD real quick. I do not see the gap that you're talking about. AMD bounce off the gap fill. So I'm not seeing any gaps, any significant gaps here on AMD, right? When we're looking at gaps, we're looking at CRM, right? Where the stock gaps up, pulls back, bounces off the gap fill, right? Same thing with MSFT, Microsoft, right? Stock gapped up, ended up pulling back, bouncing off that gap level, and having a nice multi-day bounce. So if we go look at AMD, I'm not really seeing anything like Microsoft or anything like CRM as far as, any kind of gap up, gap down, moving back to fill the gap and getting a move in the other direction. What was the one squeeze candidate you claimed? The one you called first? That was ATER. That was ticker ATER for the moving average squeeze formation. That's why I was buying this last Friday inside a chat with you guys over on ATER. So ATER, I was in this one last Friday, and right now they're 77% or $72, for those 4 contracts that I own. And I still think ATER, at least today, could get up towards around like 850. Possibly even like 890. And if we ever start really squeezing and really getting that break over 9, and you got $10, $12, $16 to the upside, ATER definitely has a lot of great potential, guys. And that was the best looking squeeze candidate was on ATER. Comparing it to like LEDS and comparing it to SKLZ, ATER looked the best. That's why I was going long on this one on Friday, right around the 20 EMA. I think I was buying this in the mid sixes, and right now, I mean, it's up $1.50 a share, and that's about 70% on the options contract. Still no trades today, guys. As you guys can see, I'm still tradeless on my my small equities account. Nothing that I've really come across yet that I want to jump in on. So again, right now I have 0 trades on the day, and I'm still waiting for just, you know, the best of the best opportunity. And honestly, I mean, I already made freaking 300%. You know, I've already hit my goal plus some. You know, I very much exceeded my goal for options on the options account. And I look at both of these accounts, it's a small account challenge, right? Just because I have my options account separate than my equities account, I still look at it as my goal of 150 to 200 bucks a day. I was able to lock in $1,000 on BBIG, where I was able to lock in over $1,000. So technically that's like a week and a half worth of goal. So if I don't trade the day, I don't trade the day, right? I've already hit my goal and exceeded my goal for the small account. So with that being said, I'm really just managing ATER, and I'm sitting back waiting for just like the best of the best setup, like the best of the best setup to where I know like I have such great probabilities and such high odds of being on the right side of the trade, right? So with that being said, right now I'm kind of just sitting on my hands, guys. Really just sitting on my hands, watching BBIG, starting to see that 9 EMA cross the VWAP. A nice little pullback, definitely has room back to 12. ATER, trying to get that run up towards around like 830 to 850 here. Hey, Adam, quick 440 with BBIG in 2 minutes. Good stuff. AEI, still, AEI is just not doing anything right now, guys. It's not. I think it's still a good possible squeeze setup there on AEI. So I've added AEI to my swing trade watch list. This has a lot of time to play out, right? Definitely another week or two on AEI. It's definitely not ready like ATER. Like ATER has already gotten above the 20. It's already been rejected off the 50, and it's already had a week or two of consolidation. This one was primed and ready to go. You look at AEI, we just got above the 20. We have yet to move up to the 50 to get rejected and consolidate like we did with ATER. So I still think AEI has great potential, just not today, not just this week. I'm thinking AEI has some potential maybe a week or two out from now if it starts setting up like ATER. So if those ever go 100%, I lock in half, right? ATER, once it hits 100%, I go ahead and lock in half. And BBIG doesn't look all that bad here, guys. Nice push. It's consolidating. You have the 9 cross in the VWAP. You have the higher low off of the 9 EMA, off the VWAP as well in a consolidation formation, kind of like a bullish flag, right? Quick pop up, followed by a period of consolidation. I think BBIG may squeeze over 11 here, back up towards around 12. So right now, I definitely think BBIG is setting up for a nice little squeeze here, back up to 12 bucks. You have the 9 cross in the VWAP. You have support at the VWAP. You have support at the 9 EMA. A little bit of a bull flag formation here. Stops would be underneath that prior low if you're looking to take this long up towards around $12 here on BBIG. And again, I know I talk fast sometimes. I do repeat myself quite a bit. If you guys ever are confused with anything that I say, or you need more clarification, guys, just tell me. I could break it down a little bit better, step by step by step, as far as exactly what we see on BBIG, because there was a few separate things that we saw there on BBIG. We saw a bull flag formation. We had the break over the VWAP, right? We lost it momentarily, popped right back above and held it, as well as that 9 EMA. So not only are we flagging, but we're also establishing VWAP support, 9 EMA support, and you have the 9 EMA crossing back above the VWAP, which is a bullish signal. So you take 3 separate bullish signals. You have a flag. That's bullish, right? You have the higher low. You have support at the 9. You have support at the VWAP. That's bullish, right? And you have the 9 crossing the VWAP as well. That's another signal of some bullishness. And we are stair-stepping our way up. Some low or some higher lows and some higher highs on BBIG. So overall, you know, quite a few separate reasons that BBIG has a lot of great, you know, potential to squeeze back up towards around 12 bucks. So right now we know exactly what we're looking at here on BBIG, guys. AEI, still nothing here intraday. AMC, a little bit of a false breakout, getting rejected. It still has some great potential though, guys. Not saying it's going to break and rip and run today, but AMC definitely has some great potential in the, you know, into this week and next week there. ADMA is not holding up at all. This one's giving everything back, coming off the watch list. GANX, not really doing too much, but we'll keep it on watch for now. ISUN, not a whole lot. CLOV tomorrow for the mid-candle formation, guys. So CLOV tomorrow for the mid-candle breakout. I mean, we do have some nice support right around 11 bucks on BBIG, guys. It's very tempting to jump back in on BBIG here. You know, with like a 30-cent stop out, looking for about 90 cents to the upside, back towards around 12. I mean, the risk reward's beautiful. It has a lot of separate reasons to take the trade, but there's just something that's not like confident to jump in right now. You know, like it looks good technically speaking, but like from a confidence standpoint, I'm just not like overly confident right now on BBIG. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope it rips and runs. I hope it runs back up to 12 bucks. Overall, it's a pretty decent setup here on BBIG. And again, guys, I am still 0 trades on the day. 0 trades on my equities account for the day, guys. Just still not super convinced that the market's like really healthy. So right now, I'm still just kind of sitting back on my hands and just observing right now. Exactly, Skylar. I mean, you hit that right on the head. You absolutely hit that on the head. All right, all right, all right. So again, you know, I'm glad I didn't take BBIG. I wasn't like overly confident with BBIG, but I still think it has some decent potential, guys. And again, there's just not a lot really happening. Let's go ahead and scan through our gainers, okay? So like CTK. Is there any reason to really be in on CTK, right? CTK is trading 300,000 shares. It's a 61 million in float stock. Q2 revenue declines 34%. I mean, any real reason to be jumping in CTK? I don't think so. ISUN, you know, we had some good news. It already made a move. Now it's starting to turn on over and fade. It's back below the 50 SMA. Right now, ISUN, not a lot of opportunity there. GANX, is there anything really popping on off right now with GANX? Not right now. I still think it has a little bit more time to prove itself, right? I mean, from 1360, it's still in a downtrend. We do not have any reason to jump in on GANX. CADL. Is there any reason to get involved right here, right now with CADL? Absolutely not, right? ANY is moving again. ANY is a crypto-related stock. We do know that the crypto market has some attention right now, guys. ANY did drop an offering last week, and that's what caused this stock to go from around $10 all the way down towards around $7 was that offering on ANY, and we're just seeing a little bit of a bounce today on ANY, right? Just a little bit of a bounce. You know, we're trading about 20 million shares today. So, I mean, we have some good attention on ANY. So, I mean, it's definitely worth watching. Do we have any fresh news? We do not. We're just seeing a little bit of a bounce after that offering on ANY. And then GSAT is another one on the leaderboard. We've already talked about GSAT, right? It's a 700 million in float stock. Definitely going to take some time to get this thing going. You know, we have room to 242, 250, and then we could possibly see this up at like 278. But right now, looking at it intraday, there's really nothing to go off of. There's no reason to be buying it right now. September and October, you know, historically, since I've been in the market, are usually pretty good months, right? September and October tend to be decent months for me with trading. It's just a couple slow days to start the month, right? Just been a couple slow days out of the holiday weekend. But normally, you know, end of the year, historically, is a good end of year time for me, right? September, October, November, December are usually some really good months. Now, January's, you know, somewhat slow. We start to see a little bit of action return in February. Really start heating back up in, you know, March, April, May. You know, then like June and July, it's pretty hit or miss. But then August, September, October, November, you know, usually we have some good months there end of the year, guys. But, you know, last year was odd. You know, last year we were actually pretty hot in February and early March. Typically, we're a little bit on the slower side. It was a really hot market. You know, we were seeing 1,000% runners because of all the pharmaceutical and biotech companies dropping COVID-related press releases early last year. So, I mean, that was a little bit of the difference, right? That was one of those unforeseen variables that caused a lot of hype in the market when typically those are some of the slower times. Do I think ATER is a good buy? I think not. I mean, it still could be good. I would say, I say no because I'm in at like 6 something. I'm in like the mid to low 6s. Like I was in on, you know, Friday. I was buying this one at like 635, 637. So looking at it, comparing it to my entry, it's $1.50 higher. So I would say, I don't know. Like I wouldn't buy it right now because I'd like to buy it like 630. But I mean, still looking at the daily chart, it still has some great potential, right? My risk is underneath that 20 EMA. I was buying this one last Friday at like 640, right? My risk right now is like 20, 30 cents a share. If you were to buy it right now, your risk would be almost, what? $1.50 a share. So there's a big difference. But if you're okay with $1.50 share risk and you can build a great plan around that to not exceed a certain loss, I still think ATER has a lot of great potential. But looking at it today versus Friday, I mean, I wouldn't be rebuying today because my risk is so low and I have such a low entry. But I still think ATER does have some good potential, but you would have to put yourself in a position to be okay with the risking maybe like $1.60 a share on ATER. Absolutely. 100% Tracy. So again, I like ATER, guys. I still think it has a lot of great potential. But you know, I was liking this one last week when we were talking about it down into the like the low to mid 6s. So if you like it, you know, definitely take the right size to be able to risk $2. And then you have to ask yourself, can I get at least $4 of upside potential? Well, yeah, over 10, your next target's 12. So, I mean, looking at it, you know, if this one does squeeze, it should squeeze up towards around $12 first target, which is right at, you know, about $4, which is about a 2-to-1 setup. It's not a 5-to-1, right? It's not a 5-to-1, 6-to-1, as if you were buying with me on Friday, but it still has some good potential for a decent little 2-to-1 setup there over on ATER. So again, right now, you know, I do like ATER intraday as well as a swing trade. Nothing intraday on AEI, but I like it over the coming weeks for a swing. Nasty false breakout on AMC. That's why it's all about being patient, guys. If you were not already in on AMC, anticipating that break, you would have absolutely gotten destroyed on AMC. That's why we're patient, right? The stock broke. What were we not doing? We were not buying. We were not chasing. I was saying, wait. And it came back down to 47.83. We weren't buying. Why? Because we need to see a setup. We need market structure. What happened? It cracked right below 47.83 immediately and failed and started moving lower. So we never touched AMC, right? And again, that's why, in hindsight, look at AMC. This is why we don't chase stocks, guys. This is why we don't chase plays. This is why we wait for really good setups and great confirmation, because the last thing you want to be doing is buying at 49 and taking a $2 a share loss when you could have just sat back and been patient and completely avoided this trade altogether. So really right now what we're watching is ANY. ANY has some hype today. So we're definitely, ANY is one of the top stocks we're watching. And ATER, not only the swing trade that we have going, but it could definitely still be a nice little day trade if we start really breaking $8 here. So right now, the only two that I'm currently watching at this point in time is going to be ATER and ANY. Other than that, you know, CLOV for tomorrow, ISUN, just completely tanking, giving everything back. Nothing on AMC, nothing on AMI, or AEI, my bad. And then nothing right now on BBIG, guys. Do I think HUT is a good swing trade? So here's how I would break these crypto-related stocks down. MARA, RIOT, BTBT, right? BTCM, BITF. You know, these are all crypto-related stocks. Even ANY is a crypto-related stock, okay? So I would really just be focused on the crypto market, right? So if you're thinking about swinging some of these stocks, I would really just focus on what is crypto doing, right? These stocks are going to follow suit with crypto. Why did HUT have a nasty day yesterday and red today? Why? We'll go look at crypto. The crypto market had a nasty day yesterday and is also red again today. So again, we need to observe and analyze crypto. And when we think crypto can do well, a lot of these crypto-related stocks will do well also. So with that being said, would I swing it right now on HUT or any other crypto-related stock? No. Why is that? Because I still think we're going to see more of a shakeout. I could be wrong. We could start ripping and running to the upside and squeezing, right, over the next 4 months. I could be 100% wrong, but I still think we see a shakeout. So if you think we're going to get an end of the year bull run, so if you're like convinced like me, like we should see, I'm very convinced and convicted that we're going to see an end of the year bull run, right? I'm like 80-20 with that. I think we see some nice action in crypto end of the year. I'm like 80-20 with that. I'm 50-50 on when it's going to start. Is it going to start now? Or are we going to see the shakeout over the next month, month and a half, and then see the bull run? I'm 50-50. So what you could do is one of two things. Number one, completely sit on the sidelines and wait for the crypto market to come down and, you know, that shakeout that we're talking about. That's option one. What happens with option one? Well, you're not making your entries. And what if it starts ripping and running right now where you're not getting any kind of position going? You're getting in a lot later. You're buying it a lot higher, right? So that's the only downside with waiting and being patient is you may miss out completely if it starts ripping tomorrow. You just don't know. Option two is you are convinced 80-20 that the crypto market is going to have a nice end of the year bull run, but you're still 50-50 off when you can start dollar cost averaging in right now, right? So you can start scaling in. Let's say you have $1,000 you want to invest in HUT. Let's say you have $1,000 you want to throw into BTBT. Well, don't go all in right now with $1,000. Go ahead and throw $100 at it. Next week, throw another 100. The week after, throw another $100, and do that over the next 8 to 10 weeks, right? Do that over the next 8 to 10 weeks and continue the dollar cost average in week by week by week and get a really nice cost basis if you're still convinced and convicted that we're going to see a nice little end of the year bull run. So again, right now, you have two options with HUT or any crypto related stock or just crypto for that matter. You can continue to sit on the sidelines like I am right now and wait for more of a shakeout to start dollar cost averaging in, or you can go ahead and start dollar cost averaging in now in the crypto space and some of your favorite crypto related stocks for, you know, that nice little end of the year possible bull run that I'm expecting that we see with crypto. So, I mean, that's how I would go about it, right? That's how I'd go about it. You know, if you really want to get involved, it's definitely a good time, in my opinion, to start dollar cost averaging in, right? And just break it down over 8 to 10 weeks. I mean, that's what I would do, right? I would break it down over 8 to 10 weeks because in 2017, and you can't compare 2017 to now. There's 100 things that are completely different. But if you just kind of think about what happened, you saw some initial run up in August, right? So like in August in 2017, you saw an initial run up. September and October, you saw the markets pull back about 50 to 60%. And then middle of November is when we started to see a lot of hype move in. And from middle of November till the end of the year, that's when crypto went from what? It was like 4,000 to 20,000 or something like that. So again, it's definitely not a bad idea, to divide that out over maybe like 8 to 10 weeks, because 10 weeks from now puts us right in the middle of November, right? And you can dollar cost average in all the way into mid-November. And then if we start to see that action pour in to the crypto market, you have a very nice average cost basis. You're all set, ready to rock and roll. And so my thinking too is, if I think we're going to see, end of the year crypto run, right? And a lot of these crypto related stocks should do well. I'm going to go through number one and see which ones are optionable and which ones that I could pick up some really dirt cheap option contracts for first of the year in December, and just start dollar cost averaging into some of these crypto related stocks that may have an options chain and look to do some options on some of these, not just physical equities. So with that being said, if we go look at like HUT, do they have an options chain? HUT does. BTBT does. BTCM does. SOS they do. BITF does. ANY. Yep. So every single one of these crypto related stocks, they do have options chains, and I'd be taking them out probably, 100 days, right into the middle of December, right? And they're not like all that expensive, right? They're not all that expensive on some of these. So, because what did ANY do? Whoa, what happened? What happened here? Now, who was the one that said, someone in chat said ANY is a crypto related stock as well? I never had ANY on my crypto watch list, but I think there was someone that said ANY is a crypto related stock as well. I was like 50-50 with it. I know BITF was, I knew SOS, BTCM, HUT, BTBT, Riot, and MARA, but I think a couple weeks ago someone said ANY was a crypto related stock as well. Oh, wow. Look at ATER, guys. ATER just popped 8. How did those options look? 160%? Yeah, I got to lock in at least half, guys. I said over 100%. I lock in half of that ATER swing. So let's go ahead and lock in 2 contracts on ATER. I definitely think I'm missing out on a lot of profit, but hey, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's 160%. It's not every day that you make 160% on a small account, $154. So let's go ahead and lock in a little bit of cheddar real quick. We're going to go to ATER. The spreads are relatively nice. What was my cost basis on ATER? 24. They're up to 63. I mean, ATR had a really good break over 8. Broke 8, held it, shot on up. I mean, I still think we have some room to like 890. But here's the other thing too. We're right up in that 50 SMA. So if we don't start breaking 850 here right now, we're not going to see the squeeze today. We'll probably see it reject and continue to consolidate into next week. But if we break 850 today, we run up to 890 and break 9. The squeeze is happening today, and we should definitely start to see this break in 10 up towards around $12. Ideally by the end of the week. I would say by the end of the week. So right now, it's going for it. It's fighting for it. Let's see if it's actually going to start squeezing today, guys. So let's see. I'm still considering locking in half if we reject 850 here. If we were below 850, because where's that 50 day? It's at 852. So if we're not closing above 852 and working our way up towards around 891, I do lock in half here, because this is just a test of the 50 SMA. We could see it reject today and continue to consolidate little by little by little by little. So today may not be the day, but today could be the day, guys. We just got to keep it on watch around that 850 level. And we can see that, little bit of issue right around 850. We tried popping to 865, rejected right back below 850. I'll give this one more minute on ATER. I'll give it another minute, give it another Another minute or two to see if we actually get a solid break and close over like 855. They're at 181 now. So ATER, go ahead and get those pulled up. I have 4 contracts, I think. Yep. So 4 contracts. Currently 181, 67.5. Okay, so I'll get off 2 at 65 on ATER. Okay, cool. Rob. It was Rob. Okay. So they have an order for 220,000 miners in November. First shipment is 60. Okay, gotcha. Very cool. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and lock in. Go ahead and lock in a little bit. Let me see if I just get filled right at the mid at 65. So I got an order out there at 65 cents on ATER. I doubt I get filled. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get it off the bid. You know, what's 10 bucks? I'm not going to risk it dropping any more over 10 bucks. So let's just go ahead and take that down right to 60. We'll modify. We'll go ahead and sell. Get the quick fill. Lock in half there on ATER. Again, that was a 160% swing trade over the last couple of days. So my goodness. I mean, shit. We got like 160, 300. Woo! Buddy. And I'll still hold a couple, guys. I'll still hold a couple of ATER. And again, what we just saw with ATER, right? We see it attempting to squeeze. We see it fighting to try and get that squeeze formation. That's kind of what we're looking at on AEI in the coming weeks, right? Same thing with LEDS. Depending on how it holds on up, if it continues to consolidate, we could see a little squeeze there. And then potentially with SKLZ as well. But we have a lot of time on all those. We have a lot of time on AEI. We have a lot of time on SKLZ. LEDS would probably start giving us some confirmation today or tomorrow, whether it's going to be a good trade or a bad one. So again, we're just kind of sitting back there. And then ATER, just absolutely beautiful. I still think ATER has some good potential, so I'm going to hold the other 2 for as long as I can. And, you know, right now, if they go back to break even, I'll let them go back to break even on half because I already locked in about, 140 on half. So right now, what's up with BBIG? Is BBIG really doing anything? And you got a pretty decent little downtrend here. Nice little downtrend on BBIG with a higher low. Definitely looking to break the downtrend, re-break VWAP for the next leg up. So let's keep BBIG on watch. And other than that, guys, I mean, we're on the right place. So again, ANY and ATER, top stocks that everybody should be watching right now. So again, ANY for an ascending triangle breakout or a cup and handle breakout, guys. So again, go ahead and run your trend line right there off the lows. Right? You're looking for the stock to break over 7 for the next leg up. I would say we have some room up towards around. Let's go ahead and drag that down here a little bit. I would say you have some room up to like 740. So, I mean, you got like 40 cents of upside potential. Your stops would have to be underneath that previous low, or your stop would have to be a crack of the trend line. So now looking at this, okay, I'm buying for the break at 7. Goes to 740. Fantastic. I know I can make 40 cents a share. Where's my stop? 660. So I'm risking 25 cents a share. It's almost a 2-to-1. It's almost a 2-to-1, but it's an anticipation buy. You're buying this out of anticipation. So once you get confirmation, guys, once you get confirmation, you would have a 1-to-1 setup on ANY. So again, I like the cup and handle. I like the ascending triangle formation. It definitely has a lot of great potential to break 7. And it has room to 739, 740, guys. Stops would have to be underneath that prior low, though. So your stops right now would have to be at 660. Stops right around 660 would be the best place on ANY with a target of 739. And then if we go look at ATER, you can kind of just run a trend line off these lows as well. We have a very nice uptrend on ATER. This stock pulling back to $8 into that prior high, into the VWAP, into the uptrend. Right there, we have 3 separate reasons. That could be a great entry, guys. Prior high at $7.94. Pulling back to the prior high, new support. That's number 1. Number 2, you have the VWAP nearby as well. VWAP is honored as support, and you have the uptrend. There's 3 separate reasons. We could look for a entry right around $7.94 on ATER for the next leg up. Give me 5 minutes, guys. I need to take this call real quick. I think it's in regards to the closing. Give me about 3 to 5 minutes, and I'll be right back with you guys. All right, traders, we back. Sorry about that. Took a little bit longer than expected. Just a little bit longer. So right now, traders, pretty decent day in the market. You know, BBIG off the swing, ATER off the swing. Looking at like intraday, the only thing was ANY off the trend line for the break of 7 for the leg up to like 739. But still not really seeing a lot of hype in the market, not a lot of solid movement as far as me really wanting to jump in. Again, like we were talking about yesterday, guys, is sometimes the best trade is no trade, right? Sometimes the best trade is no trade. And right now, guys, I have no fresh trades for the day because I'm not really seeing anything that I really want to get involved with at this point in time. So we give it another about 18 minutes. Another 18 minutes right around 11 o'clock, see if we see anything moving on up. If not, I think we should take some time and talk about crypto today, guys. What do you guys think? You guys want to kind of just review some technicals on crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, get an idea of where we could head to, idea as far as timing, kind of my approach and what I'm looking to do, and which cryptos that I'm looking to get involved with for that possible end-of-year rally with crypto. So we can do that. We can have an open floor Q&A today. I mean, guys, we can do pretty much anything. So right now, traders, a pretty quiet day inside of chat. Pretty quiet day, and that's probably because the market's just a little bit on the slower side. But yeah, guys, any questions, comments, concerns? I mean, I think we should spend some time and just kind of look at crypto, right? And let's focus on the main ones. Let's focus on Bitcoin. Let's focus on Ethereum, right? The cryptos that really lead. So, you start to see Bitcoin and Ethereum doing well. You start to see these altcoins do good as well. So really, we've just been analyzing, Bitcoin and Ethereum, kind of getting an idea of where we could come down to and start to plan, our positions to start getting involved for that potential end-of-year rally. But again, right now, there's not a lot happening in the market. The SPY right now is down about $2. We do have the S&P that's currently down. You do have mRNA currently down. I mean, what's really up today? So net change, everything is pretty deep in the red. You got Moderna down 16 points, Coin down, SQ. The only things that are currently in the green is going to be Costco, currently up $4. UVXY, the inverse ETF, it's up because the SPY is down, as well as VXX. Disney's technically up a little bit by about 70 cents, and then you have Walmart. So again, it's very, very just kind of slow and not a lot of great opportunity in the market. But again, that's the market, guys. You can't expect to come in every single day and there be just killer A+ opportunity. I tell you, like, there's been times I haven't traded for a week or two. Like, I'm sitting here literally on the sidelines for a week or two, and I'm like, I'm not trading anything. And then 2 weeks, I hit my monthly goal and I exceed my monthly goal. So with that being said, guys, this is the hardest part of our job, is being able to sit back and be patient, remain disciplined, and not take trades when we don't see the setups. And right now, I'm 0 trades on the day because, again, for the small account, with what I'm seeing, I don't really think there's any kind of like A+ small account trades. Now, if I had like a larger account, yeah, I'd probably be scalping A and Y, grabbing it off the trend line, taking it up to $7. Little scalps like that. But again, right now, overall, for the small account, any like A+ killer setups, definitely not seeing anything, guys. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and pull up Trading View. All right, let's go Bitcoin, BTC, USD. Go Bitcoin, and we'll start here. And the first thing is just throw it up on a daily chart. And we're going back 2017. We're going back 2017. So if you look at Bitcoin, right, back in 2017, right, it's kind of following the same flow, right? We had an initial pop, right? Initial pop, and then we started to see a little bit of that early September shakeout, right? And that's kind of what I'm looking at. You know, we're looking at 2017 on Bitcoin right now, right? So again, we had some nice action in August, which this year in August, we had some nice action on Bitcoin. Eventually ended up topping before we saw a early to mid-September shakeout. And then right around mid-October, when we started really breaking out and ripping to the upside. So again, that's what I was kind of thinking is maybe we see like an early September pullback, right? Shakes out a little bit before actually getting that end of the year rally. So if we go back and look today, currently on Bitcoin, you know, there's a couple things that were standing out to me, right? I got to put the RSI on here real quick. So if I go here and I put in the RSI, I was seeing some divergence on the RSI on the daily chart. And one of the biggest reasons why I wasn't confident that we were ready to start screaming to the upside, right? I saw a lot of this divergence right here on the RSI. The stock's making higher highs, right? But the RSI is making lower highs. And we just don't have a lot of substantial volume compared to what we had, you know, back, you know, end of November, December, when we really started cranking. Even early this year, we had a lot of volume with Bitcoin. And here recently, during this, you know, nice little move from around 32,000 to about 52,000, we didn't really have that substantial volume like we had early this year. So that was another thing. Light buying volume, just light volume across the board. You can see it was losing momentum. You can see it was just really struggling. It was barely moving its way up. And we saw some really just clear divergence here on the daily chart of Bitcoin, suggesting a short-term pullback. And again, that's kind of what we're seeing right here now, is a little bit of that short-term pullback. We had divergence. We lost momentum. We didn't really have a lot of extreme buying pressure to really continue to push the stock to the upside. So with that being said, where could we see Bitcoin come down to? I'm still thinking that we could see another couple of weeks to the downside here on Bitcoin. And if we just come right off these lows with a Fibonacci retracement and just drag it up to those highs, this will give us an idea of where Bitcoin could come down to. So the first level that I'm seeing with Bitcoin be right here, right at that 50% fib. And what's nice about that 50% fib, it also lines up with that prior high. It also lines up with that prior high. So we can see right around 40,900, right around $41,000. We've had prior resistance, right? Back in January of this year, we broke out. Once we dropped back below that 41K, we came back up and retested it once again as resistance here in June before actually getting that nice break to the upside. So I see a potential 50% retracement here on Bitcoin from that low to that high. That puts us right at that level of prior resistance, aka new support. But then, what do I know about crypto? What do I know about Fibonacci's? What do I know about institutions and hedge funds? They really, really, really like those OTE zones. So right here, right in the middle of the 78.6 and the 61.8 fib, that's considered to be the OTE zone, right? This little purple box. That's an area that I would be doing what's called placing stink bids, right? I call them a stink bid. So again, I would literally just put some bids in this level, and at any point in time we dip down, I get filled and it pops back up. Dips down, I get filled, it pops back up. And the nice thing too is that lines up with an imbalance, right? You could see a lot of this consolidation. You see a lot of this just up, down, up, down, up, down. It's all over the place, right? Once we dip below, right there was resistance and a little bit of support. So that is a little bit of an imbalance right here on Bitcoin, right around that $36,000 level, which happens to fall right in the middle, right in that OTE zone. So, you know, I would be looking to start dollar cost averaging in back in the low 40,000s, right? When we come down to that 50% fib. If we come down to that 50% fib, I'd be looking to start my positions, right? I would look at maybe go 10% in, right? Next week, 10% in, 10% in, with a goal of accumulating most of my position somewhere around $36,000, right? That's where I would like to accumulate a good majority of my position by placing those stink bids, those limit orders down here in that OTE zone to get some nice low fills for a very nice, cost basis on Bitcoin. And that's what I'm looking at on Bitcoin. And I'm doing the same thing with altcoins, guys. So when I start buying Bitcoin, right? When I start dollar cost averaging in the Bitcoin and Ethereum, guess what? All my other crypto plays, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm really not too concerned on the technicals, right? I'm really not looking at HBAR's technicals, VeChain technicals, Ripple technicals, because I know overall that if Bitcoin performs poorly, what's Ripple going to do, right? What's XRP going to do, right? It's going to perform poorly. What's VeChain going to do, right? It's going to perform poorly. What's HBAR going to do, right? We all know it's going to perform poorly. So with that being said, I don't really need to look at HBAR, VeChain, Polka. I don't have to look at all these other cryptos that I want to buy. I really need to be focused on Bitcoin, right? I need to be focused on Ethereum. When I start buying Ethereum and Bitcoin based on those technicals, I already know that I can start dollar cost averaging into all of my other cryptos as well. Because if Bitcoin does well, Ethereum does well, guess what the rest of the crypto market's going to do? It's going to do well. We just know that's what's going to happen, right? So again, I look at the top cryptos that I want to invest in, period. I'm not talking SafeMoon or Shiba or Dogecoin, right? I'm talking about legitimate cryptos that have potential to stick around for the long term. Ripple, HBAR, VeChain, right? Some of those really good projects and cryptos that I think could stay around for a good amount of time. Cardano, right? Polk, Matic, HBAR, VeChain. So again, Ripple, I don't really need to sit here and look at all of those technicals. When I start dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin and Ethereum, I know it's a good time to start dollar cost averaging into all of my other long-term investments for crypto as well. So let's go ahead and look at the same thing here with Ethereum real quick. And we can just do Coinbase, Ethereum, USD. And, again, the same thing. I want to start with going back 2017. Again, I'm not comparing it to 2017. I don't want to do that because, again, we're in a completely different environment. We're in a completely different time. We're talking that was 4 years ago. It's not going to be exactly the same, but it gives us an idea. And a lot of this analysis right now comes from more experienced crypto traders that really, spend a good amount of their time in the crypto market. And we can see the same thing, right? We had some nice action in August of 2017. What did we see this year, right? We saw some nice action here in August, right? What happened? Right in the beginning of September this year, we start to pull back. Go back to 2017, right? What started to happen here? End of 2017 around September. We started to pull back, right? We had a good August, right? We started to pull back. We corrected. We consolidated, we leveled, and then we went on a nice big run right around mid-October, early November, right? Same thing with Bitcoin in 2017, right? Bitcoin, September it declined. We started picking back up mid-September, early November. We had a nice, 2-month, month and a half bull run to finish that end of the year. So again, looking at Ethereum, from that low to that high before it started to correct, how much did it pull back, right? So if we go from that low in 2017, draw it up to that high, where did it go? Look at that. It dipped into the OTE zone. Look at that. It came down. It took a dip into that OTE zone, popped right back above that 61.8, consolidated, and ran. Okay? Look at Bitcoin back at the same time. BTC, Bitcoin USD. Let's go back to 2017 here. Right? Going back. 2017. Boom. Right there. Go ahead and blow this up a little bit. Toot, toot, toot. Toot, toot, toot. Am I looking at the right year? No, I'm not. I should be right here. So again, let's go ahead and look at Bitcoin from that low to that high. It actually didn't take a dip into the OTE zone. It actually came right down to that 61.8 and held beautifully and started ripping and running. So again, you're not always going to get your fill in that OTE zone, the optimal trade entry zone. But again, it's a great idea to put some bids down there. So looking at Bitcoin, again, this year, that's kind of what I want to do. I'm expecting a nice little 50% retracement. That at least gets me started in the low 40s to start accumulating some Bitcoin, right? And at these fib levels, and also in that OTE zone, that level right between the 78.6 and the 61.8, I'm going to place some orders down there and look to see if it ever dips into that level and I get some nice low fills to really bring that average cost basis down. And then the same thing with Ethereum, guys. You know, that's kind of my plan. And I'm keeping it very, very simple, guys. Keeping it very, very simple. Taking a fib from low to high, right? Seeing that, hey, look at that 50% level. That's a key level. Wow, look at that. A lot of resistance, a lot of support right around that 28.80, that 50% fib level on Ethereum. If we ever come down and take a dip in that OTE zone, right, I want to get entered in that area as well. And what's the beautiful thing about that zone? Right in the middle of the 78.6 and 61.8 fib, what we call the OTE zone, the optimal trade entry zone. It's also near prior resistance and prior support. So again, I definitely think I'm going to start getting involved with Ethereum down towards around 2,800, right? 2,600, and to throw some orders down in the low twos, maybe like 22, 23, 24, throw some limit orders down there and look to get filled and really bring that cost basis down, looking for the long term, right? You know, I'm thinking long term, but I'm also thinking, hey, end of the year bull run, if I can start trimming profits and get a nice entry before that bull run happens, if it happens, you know, I can take some, you know, short-term profits and then still have some good size and good position thinking long-term in the crypto market on a lot of my favorite projects and a lot of my favorite cryptos. So again, I'm just looking at Ethereum. I'm looking at Bitcoin. When I start buying these two, right, based on these technicals on Ethereum, based on the technicals with Bitcoin, when I start averaging in and dollar cost averaging in, I'm going to do the same thing across all of my other projects, all the other cryptos. I'm not really too concerned about each individual in their technicals. I just know that when I start building positions on Ethereum, I start building positions on Bitcoin, I'm going to do the same thing on the other 6 to 7 cryptos that I really, really like. Again, those 6 to 7 cryptos are Ripple, right? VET, V-E-T, VeChain, HBAR, H-B-E-R, Cardano, ADA, and then Matic. All right, those are my, you know, the top ones. So you got Matic, Cardano, HBAR, Ripple, VeChain, and Polk, right? So again, you got like 5 to 6 of them right there. And depending on, you know, when I start buying Ethereum and Bitcoin, that's when I start dollar cost averaging into all of these other cryptos as well. Just keeping it very simple, because we know that when Bitcoin sells off and Ethereum sells off, what happens to the rest of the cryptos? 90% of the time, they sell off. When Bitcoin starts ripping and Ethereum starts ripping, what happens to the other cryptos? 95% of the time, they start ripping as well. So that being said, we don't need to overcomplicate things. We don't need to be analyzing 10 different cryptos. We just focus on the top two, Ethereum and Bitcoin. When we start making positions there, based on those technicals, it's pretty safe to say that we can start building positions on those other cryptos as well, as long as they're solid projects, which I believe those 5 to 6 cryptos that I just named off are very solid projects. And those are my, you know, favorite projects. And I think they have a lot of long-term growth and a lot of long-term potential behind them. You're in ATER, so an update. Yeah, absolutely. So let's go look at ATER real quick. You know, ATER already made its really big move. You know, it was great, right? Getting that entry right off that 20 EMA, taking it up to the 50, you know, to start trimming some profits. You know, as long as ATER continues to consolidate in between the 20 and the 50, you know, you're good, right? As long as ATER continues to consolidate in between these levels, you're okay. The second that we close below the 20 EMA, it's probably going to continue to fade lower. I never suggest buying at resistance, right? So why was I not buying more today? Because I realized that we were so close to the 50 SMA that we had high probabilities of being rejected and continuing to consolidate on the daily chart in between these two moving averages. So again, just because we had a nice volume day and we had some good strength out of the gate, you know, again, it ran about $1.50. How come I wasn't buying more ATER, right? Because again, I was already able to analyze with you guys last Friday a great low entry in the 6s, and 865 was a great level to start trimming and start taking profit, not adding to the position, right? Just like Tracy as well over on YouTube. Hey, Josh, I want to buy ATER. I'm like, I don't think you should, right? I don't think ATER right now is a phenomenal buy unless you're okay with losing $2 a share. So if you're okay with losing $2 a share for the potential for, build a plan around losing $2 a share, right? And be okay with that risk and be okay with that dollar amount and accept it if you want to get involved. But I don't think it's a good idea buying right at resistance, right? So again, on ATER, it was a great push here out of the gate. It really helped us get some initial momentum and some initial profits with those swing trades from last Friday. But buying today, right? If I never bought on Friday, would I have bought ATER today? No, I would not have. I would not have, because I would have realized that we were so close to resistance and we still have time to continue to consolidate. And I could definitely get a lower entry, maybe back down in the mid sixes. So, I mean, it could come all the way back down to the mid sixes on ATER. It doesn't have to squeeze, right? It's not 100% setup. There is no setup that is 100%. At best, you have 80-20 setups. And this is forming an 80-20 setup. But again, there is that 20% probability that it fails and it cracks and it fades. So again, you have to be okay with putting your stops below the 20 EMA. And right now, today, the 20 EMA is right at $6.19. So the first candle that closes below that 20 EMA that fails, it's probably going to fade back down to $4. If we continue to consolidate and hold on up above the 20 EMA and get tighter and tighter and tighter on ATER, eventually we could see that pop and that break over the 50 SMA for that leg up to 10, and then for that leg up towards around $12. Excuse me, guys. I apologize. So again, I'm in 1,000 shares into ATR, so any updates would be awesome. So again, if you were in with me on Friday at, say, 650 and you had 1,000 shares, that means right now you're up about $1,000 of profit. It's never a bad idea to trim, right? Maybe trim a fourth of your position and officially bring your stop loss to break even and ride this as a risk-free trade, right? I mean, that's how I would play it. And that's exactly what I did with my options, guys. What did I do over 8? I took 2 of my 4 contracts and I brought my stop to break even. So I'm now in a risk-free trade. I've gotten my initial investment back out plus a little bit of profit. And right now, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, right? I'm break even. I make a couple bucks. But if it does work out the way I intended to work out and we ended up squeezing out of this formation up over 10 to 12, I'll continue to make a good amount of profit. But I went ahead and at least put myself in a position today while I had the opportunity to be in a risk-free trade and to still leave a little bit on the table as a runner just to continue to lock in profits if it does continue to squeeze to the upside. I think AMC, maybe by Friday, right? Depending on what we look like today, tomorrow, maybe we get that nice higher low setup for the push here Friday or early next week, maybe like Monday or Tuesday. So right now, today and tomorrow, I personally don't think AMC is going to do it today or tomorrow. I would think we would see a couple days of pulling back, which would be today and tomorrow, come down and test this uptrend, and then start to see some more buying momentum move in Friday into Monday for that break on AMC. So I would still think that we have, today and tomorrow of pulling back, and then the attempt Friday or Monday on AMC for that daily technical breakout. SKLZ was another one, but look at this. See? It was above the 20. It was looking like it could consolidate, and it just failed, right? So again, we never made entries on SKLZ. Right? Never made entries on SKLZ because we had yet to see the confirmation. We had yet to get any validation that, hey, this is a good time to buy, right? We were not in on SKLZ. And honestly, right now, depending on how we close today, it just depends on how we close today. If we close below $12 today, guys, this is coming off the swing trade watch list here on SKLZ. This would be coming off of the swing trade watch list if we close below $12 today. But we still have a lot of time. Right? We still have 5 hours until the market closes. Anything could happen in the next 5 hours. Back above $12, we're still holding the 20 EMA. We could still consolidate. We could continue to squeeze for a possible swing trade. But closing below 12, it would be coming off of the swing trade watch list. Same thing with LEDS. If LEDS is closing below $9 today, this one as well would be coming off of the swing trade watch list. So BBIG is slowly trying to creep on up here. So we're going to keep this one on watch coming into lunch. Again, I don't think AMC is really going to make it happen today or tomorrow. I think, best bet, maybe Friday or Monday at the earliest. CLOV, I don't even think this would be setting up for a mid-candle, right? This thing is just completely giving everything back from yesterday. So not even thinking that we would see a mid-candle on CLOV anymore. But, we'll still keep it on watch for tomorrow. Thoughts on GSAT? GSAT. Well, number one, GSAT, 700 million in float, right? Slow and steady, right? It literally took about, about 37 minutes. 30 minutes to go from 228 to 258. It took, 30 minutes to move 30 cents. So it's a very slow and steady mover, but it does have some potential to the upside. We do still have room to 278, and we do have support back down at 242, right? So 242 was last Monday's spiking high that we just broke above. So right now, 242 is support here on GSAT, and this one does have room to 278 on GSAT. AMD on the daily and the 1 minute chart. AMD downtrend on the daily and the 1 minute chart. So, yep, it does have a downtrend, right? Right off the bat, you can go ahead and connect your highs right there. Foop. And run support right underneath that prior low, right around 102.20 there on AMD. So, I mean, a couple things that you could see with AMD, right? Either A, it comes down and bounces, holds a higher low, and breaks the downtrend for the next leg up, right? Or you see a little bit of a descending triangle, right? So you see the stock rip up, bounce, 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 and you see something like this, which is still a breakout formation. So it's weird. Descending triangles, guys. Descending triangles, right? On the daily chart, they're considered to be bullish chart patterns, right? 80% of the time, you see these stocks break to the upside. Intraday, 80% of the time, you see those stocks crack to the downside. So again, these are a weird chart pattern. Lower time frames, 1 minute, 5 minute, right? Typically, they lead to cracks. But on higher time frames, daily, weekly, monthly, you see a descending triangle. 80% of the time, they lead to breaks to the upside. So either way we look at AMD, we know that we have nice established support right at $102. You could see a big double bottom, break of that downtrend for the leg up, or you continue to see it bang off resistance, the downtrend, and hold support, get tighter and tighter before it makes a decision and possibly breaks up as well. So AMD definitely have something coming up probably end of the month. I would say, definitely by the end of the month, this one would be setting up for us for a possible trade, but I still think we have quite a bit of time before this one actually indeed sets up and gives us any kind of confirmation before we even look for any kind of possible entries with AMD. So I still think we have quite a bit of time with AMD before we really get a proper setup as far as like the higher time frame, bigger picture when it comes to possibly swing trading AMD. And the nice thing, too, is by time this comes down to that 102, you'll probably have the 50 SMA up towards around 102 as well. So not only are you coming down to that prior low for a bounce, You could also see a nice bounce off the 50 SMA as well for the leg back up into the downtrend. So you could play this a bunch of different ways. You could wait for this to really set up for that big time setup, right? That bigger picture setup that we just talked about. Or you can kind of trade this short-term swing trades, maybe a day or two, right? The stock comes down to 102 off the prior low, also comes down and bounces off the 50 SMA. You could see a multi-day bounce from around 102 back into the downtrend. So you can take these shorter-term trades, these shorter-term swing trades, or you can just sit back on your hands and really wait for this stock to set up and give us a better setup for a bigger picture swing trade where you see a bigger time move to the upside. And then CRK. Thoughts on CRK? So right off the bat, I mean, very overextended. $5 all the way up to today's highs of $7.75. So, I mean, right off the bat, extremely overextended on the daily chart. I mean, again, from $5 nearly to $8 in the past 2 weeks, right into daily resistance. And even if it did break over that level and continued higher, you would have resistance right around $8.45. And if you're trying to identify a decent level of support, you'd be right around like $6.90. So right now, support being $6.90. Right now, you're at $7.63. That's about 70 cents until you hit support. And then even if it did move up to resistance, you're looking at 80 cents of reward. So looking at it, I don't like CRK. Number one, it's very overextended. This stock just went from $5 all the way to $7.75 without any kind of main pullback. Right? So let's go ahead and take it away. Let's just say from this move, it just went from $6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, from $6 nearly to $8. It's ran $1.75 to the upside without pulling back into resistance. We are very overbought as well. So even if we had one more leg up, another couple of days to the upside, you're only looking at about 75 to 80 cents of profit, right? But here's the risk associated with that. Your risk would be putting stops below support because you have room to pull back to 690, which again is about 70 cents away. So why would you want to buy right at resistance with an expectation to possibly make 75 cents, but with a stop loss of about 75 cents? So that to me doesn't make sense. You look at the big picture, right? It's very overextended. It's very overbought. It just went from 6 to 7.75 within 5 days. The stock has moved that much without pulling back. That's one of my rules, is when a stock moves X amount of dollars without pulling back, I don't touch it. So again, right off the bat, CRK, in my opinion, we have higher probabilities of pulling back than moving up, right? I would say like 70-30, 70% odds that we see it pull back to 690, right? 20 to 30% odds that we have one more leg up to maybe like 845, but still thinking of it from a good trade plan standpoint, you're still only at a 1-to-1, right? You're right there in the middle of resistance and support, the uncertainty zone. So why would we want to be taking a trade right in the middle of support and resistance, knowing that it could come back down or it could go back up into that other level of resistance? It's just 50-50, guys. It's 50-50. It's a 1-to-1 setup. Doesn't really make sense, but applying the fact that it just ripped $1.75 without pulling back and the fact that it's overextended and we're very overbought would definitely lead me away from even considering taking a trade right now on CRK. But back down at 690 on the daily, consolidating and leveling, yeah, absolutely, we can get that next leg up, back up into these highs today of 775, and then possibly back up towards around 845 there on CRK. ZEV was another back burner potential short squeeze candidate. So again, the stock has a lot of hype. It's being talked about quite a bit, kind of like BBIG, guys, right? BBIG started to see that trend, and then everybody starts talking about ZEV. You're starting to see the trend. Oh, I'm sorry, BBIG, right? You start to see a few traders talking about BBIG. It starts moving, then everybody out there and their moms are talking about BBIG. ZEV is kind of doing the same thing. You're starting to see a few traders talking about it. I'm seeing more and more traders talking about it every single day. And they're comparing it to BBIG and SPRT for the next possible short squeeze on ZEV, as it has 40% of its float short. So again, you're starting to see that trend. You're starting to see more and more and more traders talking about ZEV. So it's only a matter of time before it really starts moving on up and more traders start circulating ZEV to push it higher. So again, right now, am I buying it? No, but I'm definitely watching it. Above 940, I think above 940, 950 is a solid entry on ZEV, and that's when a lot of volume is going to start moving in and a lot of interest is going to start moving into ZEV as well, back above 940 to 950. So again, ZEV is a good candidate for the potential short squeeze sentiment that's out there right now. That's kind of what the trend is and the talk is with stocks, is short squeeze this, short squeeze that. And we're starting to see a little bit of that attention and talks with ZEV starting to pick up little by little by little. So we'll see if it ever starts breaking 940, 950. Definitely thinking we could see some great action on ZEV up towards around like 12 bucks. BBIG, I'm not too crazy about it intraday. It's just not really doing too much here intraday. I mean, it is trying the bottom. It is trying to slowly grind back on up, but it'll probably be a slow, steady grind back up towards around 12 bucks. I mean, it is 11.17 in the market. We're starting to see a lot of volume and a lot of attention move away and kind of fade, again, coming into lunch. So, you know, we could definitely see a slow and steady grind back to 12. I would expect to probably see it get rejected off 12 bucks, pull back once again, and then maybe this afternoon, depending on what we look like through lunch, then come into the day, that's when I think BBIG can make its move. The last couple of days, it's made its move into the day, right? Typically, it opens and fades, right? Kind of consolidates, and then normally into the day on Friday, and then even into the day yesterday, that's when BBIG starts going on a big-time move. So I would expect to see a nice, slow, steady grind over lunch, back up to $12 resistance, reject, pull back, right? Consolidate, and then see some action return here this afternoon in power hour on BBIG. But right now, would I be trading it? No. Yeah, there's a couple of reasons. Reason number one, there's not a key technical setup. There's no really good A+ setup on BBIG right now. There's not, right? That's number one. Number two, we are coming into lunch, right? We're coming into lunch. We already know that we're losing a lot of volume. So there's not a lot of hype behind really anything right now. So I'd expect to see consolidation or a slow, steady grind, little by little by little over the next hour or 2 hours. And then number three, we know that BBIG likes to make its moves, especially the last few days, right towards the end of the day. So already kind of looking at, right, there's no technical setup right now. We are coming into lunch, right? Lunches are known for volume to really start fading on off. And we already know that BBIG the last few days moves the best towards the end of the day. I'm thinking about just sitting back on the sidelines and just waiting until about 2:30 and see at that point if there's any reason to get involved with BBIG. So yeah, yesterday we did a Fibonacci lesson, right? So yesterday we did Fibonacci retracements and we did Fibonacci extensions. So we spent about 30 to 45 minutes yesterday really breaking down fibs, right? The definition, what they are, how we use them. And we did a really nice lesson yesterday on fibs. Today, we were going to be talking about more, fibs, right? Like the OTE zone, how to use them for price targets, everything like that. But I noticed about 70% of chat had walked away. So I don't want to do the lesson until we have a good majority of traders. So what I'm thinking is we'll go ahead and dive into a lesson here right around 2:30, and we'll continue our Fibonacci retracements and Fibonacci extensions and kind of talk a little bit more about those and wrap up our fib lesson from yesterday. Yep, and that one, again, guys, I am so backed up. I'm not going to lie. I am so backed up with the move, with the closing, with just my wife being gone. There's just a lot of stuff. I am backed up. I have about 10 to 15 lessons that I have to get edited and I have to get uploaded inside the video lessons library. So again, there's a lot of lessons already in there. You're talking over almost 130 lessons in the video lessons library. I mean, there's probably like 40 to 50 hours worth of videos in the video lessons library. And we have another 15 lessons coming and another probably 8 to 9 hours of content. So, I mean, I'm very backed up. I have to do my best to get these done as soon as possible for you. And one of those lessons being the fib lesson from yesterday. But there are 2 or 3 Fibonacci lessons already in the video lessons library. So if that's something that you want to get more familiar with, up to speed, how to use fibs, we already have about 2 to 3 very, very good Fibonacci lessons in the video lessons library for you guys to check out and for you guys to utilize and study up if you guys want to this afternoon. If you missed the fib lesson from yesterday live inside a chat, but that lesson will be in the lessons library by the end of this week. I'm probably going to have to just call somebody and hire them and just go ahead and have them do it for me. Have them do it for me. Go ahead and just say, hey, I need you to do 10 to 15 edits in 2 days. Make it happen. How much you want? So if anybody edits videos and you guys do a good job, I'm looking for a short-term contract to get about 10 to 15 videos edited. So feel free to hit me up. Yep, you know, EFTR moving on up. Congratulations for making $500. Again, this is a very, very risky stock. It's high risk, high reward. And right now we are starting to get some action. But again, real no credible reason for the stock to be moving on up yesterday. Just a pretty random stock that got a lot of hype, and it gave everything back and faded last night just for a nice gap down, just to get some more action today, guys. So, you know, big picture is we do know that it does go on quick spikes, and then it fades, right? Yesterday, went on a nice big spike, ended up fading rest of the day. Right now, went on a nice big spike. Again, it's known to kind of just fade. So with that being said, just be smart, be disciplined, be safe. Realize that a stock like EFTR is a high risk, but also high reward stock. You have to be able to get in, get out quick. And if the trade works against you, you have to get out, because the last thing you want to do is be a buyer, right, on EFTR and just absolutely get demolished and crushed as it fades and fades and fades and fades and fades. Sam, when considering an option swing trade, is it the delta to theta ratio is what I'm looking at? Absolutely. That is one of the variables that I'm looking at for swing trades, right? Because if the delta is 30 and the theta is 30, I already know that I'm going to lose $30 per day. And if the stock only moves to the upside, say $1 per day, I'm still breaking even on the contract. If the stock sits sideways and doesn't move, I'm not gaining anything from the delta, but I'm still losing from the theta, right? And if the stock goes against me, now I have the delta working against me and the theta working against me. So at least 2 times greater delta than theta. So if the theta is a 30, the delta needs to be at least a 60. So it offsets. So again, based on that hypothetical scenario, if I hold the contract for a day, I lose $30 of theta, but if I have a 60 delta and the stock grinds $1 in that day, at least I would still make a couple bucks versus breaking even on that options contract. So yes, the higher the better. The bigger the ratio, the better, right? 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, the more the better. But at least a 2 to 1. So the delta has to at least be 2 times greater than the theta for me to get involved. And that's why BBIG was decent, right? It had a 7 theta. For being this Friday's expiration, buying them last Thursday, right? The theta at that point in time for 5 days until expiration was only 7. The delta was a 30. So that was at least 3 to 3.5 times greater. So I knew that even if it took a few days on BBIG, that I'm not losing my ass on the theta and I still have a good delta. So if we get that move to the upside, I will still go in the profit substantially well. And that's exactly what happened on BBIG. BBIG moved about $3. I held those contracts for about 3 days, and I was able to make good profits. But here's the thing. If the delta was the same as the theta, I probably would have broke even on BBIG, right? If BBIG had a 40 delta, but it had a 40 theta, the stock ran up $3, but I also held those contracts for 3 days. So even though the stock squeezed $3 in 3 days, if the delta and theta were exactly the same, I probably would have broken even on BBIG regardless of the $3 move to the upside. So it's very, very important that you understand, that delta to theta ratio. And that's definitely one of those key variables and key factors that I'm taking in consideration and I'm looking at before making an option swing trade. 100% Sam. So, right now, EFTR, we know it's a high risk, high reward trade. This stock could continue the squeeze to the upside, but at the same time, yesterday it had a nice big rip and run, and it faded and gave everything back and actually gapped down. Right now, it looks like you could be setting in a little bit of a head and shoulders formation there on EFTR. So, with that being said, I'd be very, very cautious with EFTR. ANY right now, again, it's just lunch, guys. I mean, it's just lunch. We already know that these stocks are probably going to consolidate and just sit sideways, right? Over lunch is the time to observe, right? And just look to see what we have for the end of the day, right? We're watching ANY above 637. We know we have resistance at $7. Looking to see if this one can hold on up over lunch. Still just watching JNX. It's not doing anything at all, but just looking to see if it gets any kind of attention towards the end of the day. Sam, does the IV affect your decision if it's too high? It's definitely something I take in consideration. Definitely something I take into consideration, right? You want to buy a contract when it has a low IV, and you want to ideally sell it when it has a high IV because you're going to get a better premium based on the volatility, right? The IV. So, if I notice the IV is 500%, I may kind of talk myself out of an options contract because, again, the stock has a 500% IV. That's the expected volatility over the duration of the options contract. What if that stock completely dies off and the IV goes from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2, right? Starts returning to reality. You're going to get hit with an IV crush, an implied volatility crush, and you're going to lose money regardless of what the stock's doing. Even if the stock's working in your favor, you're still going to be losing money based on the IV being reduced, right? The IV crush. So yeah, that's definitely something I take in consideration is the IV, right? If it has a stupid IV like AMC back in May, right? Why was I not really trading options over $30? The IVs were like 400%, guys. Yeah, it continued to scream to the upside. It was ripping and running, but over $30, the IV was just way too high. Now, back when it was at 12, 13, 14 bucks and we were looking at it for the cup and handle formation, the IVs weren't bad. They were like 80 to 90. So we were trading options when the stock was below 15, below 20. That initial pop to the upside on AMC. But over 30, I started trading equities because the IV was just way too high. And I knew that at any point in time, if AMC starts to slow down, starts to pull back, loses some volatility and volume, that I could really get hit hard on the option side, right? I'd rather be safe and physically trade those shares to reduce the risk associated with the options at that point in time. So, right now, team, we know the drill. We already know what's going on. It's 11:30 in the market. We already know that BBIG is probably going to be a slow and steady grind back up to 12, most likely get rejected, and possibly set up for a nice little end-of-day move. Right now, AEI is doing nothing here intraday. Right, AMC, definitely thinking by Friday or Monday, we start to see that break on out. GANX doing absolutely nothing, but still want to keep it on watch come into the day. And then ANY right now, not really doing anything. Kind of looks like a little bit of a head and shoulders formation on ANY. So be smart, be safe there. Other than that, guys, you know, we already kind of knew coming into the day that it was probably going to be a little bit on the slower side because our gappers were only about 25 to 28% this morning. So be smart, be safe, right? I have no fresh trades on the day. You're probably like shocked, like, what? Josh, you trade all the time, dude. This is your full-time job. Absolutely. But I know that there are going to be days that I don't trade because I don't see anything that I really, really like. And that's okay. I'm okay with not trading for a day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks, knowing that I'm preventing myself from getting into a trade and taking an unfortunate loss. I'd rather sit on the sidelines and make no money versus trading a slow, choppy market and losing money just to have to recover from that. Or when the market starts to heat back up, I'm still at zero, and then I can build from there, right? Instead of having to dig myself out of a hole because I just was, I just got to trade because I'm here. I got to trade, guys. I'm in the market today. I have to trade. No, I've done that before in the past. I don't put myself in those positions. When I don't see the setups and I don't see the market really good, just not, slow and choppy, right? I normally sit on the sidelines and just prevent myself from taking an unfortunate loss. So again, today, no fresh trades, no fresh options trades. I was only taking profit on some of my option swing trades and no fresh trades today for equities because again, I'm focused on the small account and I really don't see any solid, crystal clear, beautiful A+ setups for the small account. And I am okay with sitting on the sidelines, being disciplined, remaining patient, and making sure that I'm not losing money, especially when I'm not 100% confident with the market that we're currently in, guys. So right now it is 11:33 in the market. Be smart. Be safe. All right. Sometimes the best trade, guys, is no trade. We are coming into lunch, the slowest time of the day. Let's see what we have here this afternoon. We're watching BBIG this afternoon, watching AMC the rest of this week. Watching ANY and ATER. Those are the only stocks right now that are worth watching. Other than that, not a lot going on. GANX, not a lot going on. GSAT, again, it's a large float, slow, steady mover on GSAT. And like we said, it has room up towards around like the 278, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 278. And we have that support at 242, which we came down very, very close just there on GSAT. We actually came down to 244 and bounced a little bit there. So again, 242 support, GSAT, room back up to 261, and then our top target being 278. Don't expect this to rip 30 cents in a minute. Don't expect it to rip 30 cents in 30 minutes. Expect it to take about an hour or two to get that full move as it's a very large float. Again, it's 700 million in float. Very slow, very steady, but it's easy to manage as well. So watch GSAT over lunch, BBIG for the end of the day, watching ANY as well end of the day, and still watching ATER to see if this has any juice left in it today to possibly start squeezing into tomorrow and into this week, guys. Denise, absolutely. Congratulations, everybody over on YouTube. Locking in some good profits on your own today, right? There wasn't a lot of signals, verbally over the live stream. I mean, there just really wasn't a lot that we alerted. The only thing that we alerted today in signals chat was just AMC. AMC on high watch for the cup and handle ascending triangle breakout. And today, we never had confirmation to get long, and we're still waiting on that. So other than that, guys, it was very just kind of slow, steady day in the market. Definitely had fun trading with you guys. Definitely had fun reviewing some of your stocks, answering you guys' questions, dropping those value bombs like we try and do every single day. I know it's not a fired up day. It's not a hyped up day because the market is a bit on the slower side. But guys, I enjoy you being here. I appreciate you supporting the stream and being here and using me and allowing me to share this knowledge and provide this value to you guys. So I know it wasn't one of the most fired up days, right? Not the hottest day in the market, no big time profits, but we had some fun and we did learn one key lesson. And what was the one key thing that you could take away from today's stream, guys? Anybody, YouTuber inside of chat, what was the one thing that you can take away from today's stream? Tracy, learning how to be patient. 100%, guys. Patience and disciplined. That's what you learned today. That's exactly what you've learned in this stream. And a lot of people take that for granted, guys. A lot of people do not know how to be patient. They are not disciplined. They trade. Right? The hardest thing to learn and the hardest thing to conquer as a trader is that patience. It is the discipline, right? It took me a long time to be patient, to wait for the setups, right? To not pull the trigger too soon, not pull the trigger too late, right? Being disciplined, sitting on those hands, waiting for the opportunity to present itself versus hunting for the opportunity. So yeah, the one thing that you did take away from this stream, guys, and probably one of the most important things that you can take away from any stream, any trading session, is the game of discipline and patience, right? So again, I know we're here hungry, wanting to make profit, have some fun, get fired up. But again, this is more important than technical analysis. Let's be honest. What today, learning today was more important than learning TA, technical analysis, right? You could be the best technical analyst in the world, but if you're not disciplined and patient, you're still going to lose. So this was a great lesson. This was a great session. And everybody today learning that sometimes the best trade is no trade. Sometimes you may not trade a day or two, right? Maybe a week. You just never know. But really understanding that patience and discipline are so important. Far more important than understanding technical analysis and fibs and what the VWAP means. But being patient, being disciplined, being able to sit on those hands and be a professional trader. And every professional trader will tell you that sometimes the best trade is no trade. So team, everybody on YouTube, awesome job, awesome work. For those of you that locked in great profits, congratulations. For those of you that were taking ATER and BBIG with me last week on the swing trade, congratulations. We still made some great profits today. No fresh trades today, but locking in some great fresh profits on ATER and BBIG. So once again, congratulations. Good work. Let's go ahead and dive into lunch, team, and I will see each and every one of you back here right around 2 to 2:30 as we kick off the end of the day and as we commentate and have some fun for Power Hour trading, looking to see if we get any better market conditions and some better market opportunity here towards the end of the day, team. And I love it. You don't have to trade. Stay safe. Don't force it. 100%. Never second guess taking profits. Exactly. Imagine me second guessing taking profits on BBIG. Right? I was taking profits in the 120s and the 130s. What's BBIG worth now? What's BBIG worth now? 70 cents. 70 cents. Right? That's insane. At one point, I was getting 130 to 135 a contract. Now they're 70 cents, guys. Never second guess taking profits. When you're up like that, lock in profits. And I was able to get about 5 of my contracts off the table in the 130s. The rest of them right around $1. The rest of them right here at 70 cents. But imagine me not getting those 10 contracts for an extra $40 a contract. Was about the average, right? Taking 5 around 130, taking another 5 around what? $1. So that's an average of around, let's just call it 115 for round numbers. Right now it's down at 75 cents. So that is a 40-cent difference, $40 difference per contract. And there were 10 contracts. So if I would have second guessed taking any kind of profits, right, out of the gate, I would have basically given up $400 is what that would equate it to. If I would just now be selling all 15 contracts, I would have lost out on about $400 to $500. So yes, absolutely. Never second guess taking profits. When you're in the green, lock in your profits, right? Lock them in. Do not chase. 100%. Do not chase these stocks, right? Especially when the market is slow and choppy and there's not a lot of hot momentum. Now, if there's a lot of hot momentum, the stock rips and breaks out, slight consolidation, you could look to get in and play the momentum. But when you don't have the market hot, ripping and running, right, and there's not a lot of momentum in the market, yeah, don't chase these stocks, right? Don't chase them. Be more patient. Be disciplined. Sit back. Nell, don't have to trade every day 100%, and that is key, right? Patience with a capital P-A-Y, right? So when I think of being patient, I think of patience with a capital P-A-Y. It pays to be patient, guys. It really does. It pays to be patient. So again, team, all we're watching towards the end of the day is BBIG. I still think BBIG has a lot of great potential. Right now, it's starting to get a decent amount of volume here, guys, on BBIG. So let's see if BBIG is a little quick pump and fade. We'll go to lunch. If BBIG actually starts ripping over $12 here in the next few moments, we'll sit here and we'll continue to commentate and see if we have any opportunity. So BBIG right now is actually getting a decent amount of activity towards it. It just popped up about 50 cents there in the last 2 minutes. So let's stick around for a little bit longer and see what BBIG has in store. Maybe it starts moving over lunch versus moving here into day. Exactly, Frank. Patience, patience, patience. And when we say patience, it's with a capital P-A-Y. It pays to be patient, team. Again, quick little pop there. We had a decent amount of volume move in, about 4 million shares in the last 2 minutes, from around 11 up towards around 1160. So, you know, we'll watch BBIG. I'm still in the office, guys. I have a few things to wrap up. I'll still be watching BBIG, and if it does start really squeezing and really setting up, I'm still here over lunch. I'll be more than happy to jump on the mic and see if we have any opportunity. Right now, I'll give it a few more moments to see, because it's definitely fighting for it. Just curious to see if this one really does start taking on off. There's 1160 now. It's grinding. So yeah, the volume is definitely on BBIG right now. Got ATER right up under 8. So ATER is also trying to get a nice little bounce. Those are still up about 100%. A share of Apple awaits you. Refer 3 people to join Webull and get a share of Apple. What? Refer 3 people and get a share of Apple? What? Who wants a share of Apple? Anybody want a share of Apple? Let's get some Apple, guys. All right, so we're going to dive into lunch. So I was going to give it a second and see if it just kept grinding to the upside. Right now, it's definitely struggling around that 1150. So lunchtime it is. Watching BBIG over lunch towards the end of the day, team. Once again, congratulations. If you guys are not going to be back here this afternoon around 2:30, have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you back here bright and early, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you do not come back this evening inside of chats, and those of you on YouTube, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning if I don't see you this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see most of you back here right around 2:15 to 2:30 as we kick off our end-of-day session team. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please don't hesitate to let me know. Until then, good lunch, and I will see you guys back here in about 2 hours. Skylar, I think it says share. It says, and get a share. Not an entry for a chance of a share, but it actually says a full share. So 3 successful referrals. Every successful referral will grant you 3 free stocks, each valued between $3 and $300 during the promotional period. Successfully refer 3 people to join Webull to get a share of Apple. New user opens an account with Webull via an existing referee's unique referral link until the end of the month. So, yeah, you get 3 free stocks and you get a free share of Apple. So, again, you get 4 shares. One's Apple. The other one's going to be valued between $3 and $300. So, not a bad referral program. Definitely not a bad referral program. So, anybody that wants to sign up with Webull, I got you a link, guys. I got you a link. Go ahead and let me know if you want Webull, and we'll get some shares, guys. We'll get some shares. Good afternoon. Oh man, I scared the crap out of everybody. I scared the crap out of me. My goodness, like I heard myself coming through the speaker on my Mac. I'm like, whoa, sounding terrible today. You guys are woken up now, right? You guys are awake, fired up, ready to go? Well, fantastic. What we got going on, guys? I've been dealing with some behind the scenes BS for the past 2 hours. 2 hours. So, yeah, it looks like you guys are crushing it. Looks like Casey crushing it with some ATER calls. Those are still up for me. And then we have Skylar was crushing it with BBIG. So, good job, everybody inside of chat. So, right now, this is going to be a great P&L day, guys. I can just feel it. Everybody's going to be coming on in with their P&L. So, let's go ahead and get those P&Ls up. Man, this is a tough one. So, ATER 150 and then BBIG 923. Where do you actually see like man, like the days closed out P&L, like the actual closed P&L on Webull, right? Because it's showing my day's P&L is 513, but BBIG was a $900 trade, and then we have ATER that was locked in, so it's almost a grand. So where do you actually see like the day, like locked in P&L? That'd be nice, because this is showing BBIG over the last 5 days at 948, so that's not it. That's just BBIG. I do not know where to find it. I want to get it up in Profits Chat, though. I want to get it up in Profits Chat. So weird. Anyway, we all know. Yeah, I've never been able to find, it says options P&L. Yeah, so options P&L right here. But I was just wanting to kind of get rid of everything else and only show the ones that were closed out today. Yeah, as far as, actually closed P&L for a single day. It says options P&L above the circle. Okay, so, but it's still only showing BBIG, which is weird. So why is it just, oh, do I have to click? Because I got to click the different ones. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so I just do them individually. Okay, cool. So you can just click it and click it. Fantastic. Appreciate it, guys. Let's go ahead and get those profits, ladies and gentlemen, inside of Profits Chat. So right there, kapowie. And we'll go back over to BBIG as well. I want to see everybody just flooding Profits Chat today, guys. Absolutely amazing work. Amazing job. You guys are just destroying the market in a good way. You're destroying the market. The market's not destroying you. That's what it's all about, baby. So good stuff, good work. So, and are we closed out? No, we still have a couple of those contracts there on ATER. So I'm still holding some of those. Still holding some of those because we still have potential to squeeze, and we have a very nice volume day today. So I would not be surprised if we see it close near high a day on ATER and get some action this evening and possibly gap up over 10 and get that leg up to like 1175 there on ATER. So ATER is now going from the swing trade watch list on over to our intraday watch list, as I do want to keep this on watch here in today, team. $9 resistance. Support back down around $8.30, $8.32. Let's see if we can hold that level, set up for a nice little end-of-day push over 9, maybe up to 10. Definitely thinking like a little bit of an equities trade here. End of day. How's BBIG doing? BBIG, quick little pop, right back on down. Still watching this end-of-day, team. Still going to be watching BBIG. AEI, no longer really a good intraday watch, but definitely something to keep on watch for a swing trade. And AMC wants it too. AMC wants it. It's just, when is it going to get it? When's AMC going to get it? Is it going to happen, overnight and actually gap up and run? Is it actually going to set up, maybe Friday or Monday and actually get that break intraday to where we can catch that nice break for a possible day trade and a swing trade on AMC? So still watching that one. GANX did absolutely nothing today. ANY was moving a little bit, but I still think we have better opportunity out there. ATR looks a lot better. SKLZ, probably going to be taking that one off the swing trade watch list. LEDS, same thing, probably going to be taking that one off the swing trade watch list as well. Oh, is EFTR still moving? The risky biscuit? Holy schmackles. Okay. Okay. I see. Insane. I was actually in this last night in post-market. I was trying to catch some post-market activity. So I was trying to catch that double bottom, and I stopped out quick, but I was in at like 13 bucks last night as I was at my daughter's dance class. I'm like, you know what? You know, right at that halt level, we came down, putting in a nice little double bottom right around that halt level, thinking that we could get a nice little pop and some action there in after hours. I'm like, nah, we're not getting it. I'll go ahead and cut it for a very small, like 20-cent loss or something like that. Wow, look at that. EFTR. You can't catch them all, but the ones you catch, you're good. So yeah, this stock is just absolutely unreal. So did anybody catch EFTR? So EFTR coming into the end of the day. EFTR. So we got EFTR. We have ATER. Both really good stocks coming into the end of the day. And then still watching BBIG as well, team. So if we really check out EFTR, you know, just trying to get a nice little pullback. It pulled back to around 31.14, pretty random area. We know we have room back up to 40. Sky's the limit. You know, over 40, you could rip to 50. I mean, the sky is the limit. Yeah, Ron, I missed the boat too. Like, honestly, I had no intentions on touching EFTR for the small account, like, at all. Just too risky for me, right? It was just a little too risky. I would have been scalping the crap out of this on my main account, but the small account, this is just not the type of stock that I, want to trade or focus on. It was just, high risk, high reward. I mean, there's the high reward, but at any point in time, it could have been one of these. Trying to catch that and just getting dumped on. But, it's just rocking and rolling to the upside right now. And we still have about an hour and 40 minutes to go until the end of the day. So definitely enough time to actually have this set on up for a possible little end of day move. And I like ATER just a little bit better. I like ATER above $8.30. Pulling back to that level of support, holding on up, getting that next leg up here on ATER. I think ATER has some good potential here in today and tonight coming into tomorrow. So definitely ATER. And still kind of sitting back looking for a possible entry somewhere at some point on EFTR if we get that opportunity. Oh, and tomorrow we should have an update coming your way, team. So you should get an update for the beta version of the mobile chat. I know that you're not able to chat, type, and listen to the live stream at the same time. You have to either A, be in the stream, or B, be in chat. You can't do both. So we fixed that. So we have a new update, and then a new update coming for the desktop version as well. So you'll notice a few new things tomorrow, a little bit different of a layout. Again, just some patches and some bug fixes. So again, we will be doing an update overnight, really tailored for the mobile users inside the chat. So you should have a 10 times better experience through your phone. Desktop, you'll just notice some like appearance changes and stuff like that, guys. So let's find that opportunity, guys. I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. What do we have? Obviously, we're just waiting on EFTR. I see support back down at like 28, 29 bucks. Right now, resistance at 40. I'm not going to touch it right now until either A, it comes down towards around that level of support and holds, or B, it breaks over 40, holds 40 bucks as new support, and we're good to go to 45 and 50 there on EFTR. So right now, I am not touching this at 35 bucks. I'm not touching it at 40 unless it breaks and holds over the high a day. And then trying to figure out, where ATER is going to come down to. Trying to identify the best of the best opportunity there on ATER for a nice little end-of-day move. So not only do I have my 2 contracts on the small account with ATER, I'm definitely thinking about a little bit of an end-of-day trade here I still think this one has a lot of great upside potential, and the volume today is just unreal. Not unreal, but we have a great day of volume. So, I mean, that tells me that we do have some potential to see this squeeze work out to 1175. So anything over 10 bucks, room to 1175. Dang, SC in at 28, out at 34.50. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. That's good stuff right there. Good stuff on that. And I'm just sitting back looking for a good opportunity and looking for a good trade, wherever that may be. So whether that's with EFTR or whether that's with ATER, as long as there's a good setup, guys, I'm ready to rock and roll. Do we have anything else that's worth watching? So ATER is up there. EFTR, I'm not sure why that's not popping up on the gainers and losers today. That's odd. Unless that's been configured for $25 and less. Yeah, it has been. So let's just set that to like 100. Set the price there to 100. At least that'll show. Still not showing. That's weird. EFTR is not popping up here at all. So let's go back here into configure. So from 25 cents there, minimum change, max change, we're good. Volume today at least 25,000, which it's definitely traded more than that. That's odd. Not sure why that's stocks were the price between 25 cents and 100. Stocks with the volume today at least 25,000 shares. Stock where the price was up at least 5% from the prior close, and where the price was down at least 5% from the prior close, which it's up that much. Stocks for the RSI is only the change from the close with the biggest on top. Yep. And so if we go look at ETFR, man, it's trading 28 million shares, currently up 160%. It's a $33 stock. Not sure why that is not showing up. I wonder if it has anything to do with the 5-5. Let's take that out. The 5-5, and let's see if that populates it up there. Nah, it's still not. It's super weird. Super weird. That was 5-5. Or was it 5 here and -5 there? I can't remember. I'm not going to save it. We're good for the day. I can reload it here. Let's just go ahead and reload it. Let's go ahead and load. And reset it. And we're all set, ready to rock. Man, you guys are talking away. Talking away over lunch. And then I come back. You're like, yeah, fuck it. We're not talking now. We're not talking now. Josh here. We're going to let him sit there all by himself like he let us sit here all by ourselves over lunch. Tisk, tisk, tisk. So looking like we can continue the downtrend on EFTR. You know, we're losing a lot of momentum, starting to pick up some selling momentum, a little bit of a lower high. Could definitely start the downtrend into support and then possibly set up for a possible move here end of day. So right now, if you guys are in EFTR, you know, if I was in the stock, kind of seeing the lower high formation, losing a little bit of weakness or losing a little bit of strength, gaining some weakness, I would probably, start cutting, a good majority of my position if I was up, locking in a good amount of profits, because it does look like we have good odds of coming down probably towards around like 28, 60, 29 bucks here on EFTR. So right now it's between EFTR and ATER. I'd like to see ATER down towards around like 830 for a possible entry down off that prior breakout level, prior resistance right around 830 to 832 on ATER. We know we have high day resistance right there around 9 bucks. So looking for a nice little entry there. And then same thing with EFTR. Right now I don't see any reason to get involved on either of them. So is there anything else you guys are looking at? So right now, the only ones that I think worth watching in today is obviously ETFR, ATER, and then BBIG. Looking at everything else, like GSAT, slow and steady throughout the day. GSAT ended up getting as high as 265, holding that 242 support, just not really moving all that much. What else? CADL, no volume. GSAT, slow and steady. BBIG, DTST. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too on BBIG, right? Yesterday on BBIG, when did it really get most of its attention? Yesterday it was right around what time did it really start popping on up? Right around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Yesterday on BBIG, and then Friday it was pretty much midday on that. It was right around 12. So yeah, I'm just looking to see if this one can continue to consolidate and hold its gains and maybe start to get some action and some activity here in today on BBIG. So we'll see. But yeah, definitely, right? We lost a lot of attention on BBIG once ATER really started rocking and rolling. And then, a lot of the attention right now is on EFTR. So 100%, right? We have probably 70 to 80% of the traders in the market focused on EFTR right now. You got a few scattered on ATER, and you got a few scattered right now on like BBIG, but we'll see. We'll definitely see. If we start to see EFTR crack and fade and fall, you'll probably see a good majority of traders run on over to like ATER or BBIG. So still worth keeping these on watch for a possible end-of-day mob shift, right? The majority of buyers right now on EFTR shifting on over to another top gainer, and that would be ATER or BBIG. And that'd be great because, EFTR is already up 170% on the day. It's already gone from like 13 bucks, 12 bucks, all the way up to 40. I'd love to see this crack and fade and fall. That gives us a lot of opportunity for ATER to start breaking 9 for the leg up to 10 and then 11.75. And then possibly BBIG getting a new all-time high. So sitting back, being patient, and waiting. So that was the split. So that, not the split, that was the acquisition, right? That was the acquisition on KDMN. So KDMN, they're being acquired. And when you see companies being acquired, you're normally going to see at what price per share. And typically, 95 to 99% of the time, those stocks with acquisition news are just going to sit sideways throughout the day. So that press release came out this morning. The shares rise 72% after Sanofi bid of $9.50 a share through acquisition. So that's pretty much what the stock's worth. That's what it's valued, right around $9.50 a share. So it's not really going to move away from that price too much. So not worth your time there on KDMN. We're starting to see EFTR starting to get that nice little pullback here. Let's see if we get some action on ATER, or let's see if maybe it's BBIG. Yeah, and that's something that took me a while to learn. Like, honestly, like KDMN, like I'd always be looking at those stocks. I'm like, okay, it's up 72% on the day. Why is it not moving? Took me like 2 years to realize, oh, acquisition news, $9.50 a share. Well, that's technically what, they're worth from a per share basis, blah, blah. I'm like, that makes sense why, 95 to 99% of the time, a lot of these mergers and acquisitions, they typically don't move all that much. So, but yeah. So typically when we see those, acquisitions, we look and see, what they were being acquired at, whatever the case is. And normally it's going to show you 9, 10. It's going to give you a certain price per share. And then again, when you observe those stocks, 95% of the time, you're going to see those stocks pretty much sit sideways right at that acquisition cost. And so on KDMN, it was $9.50 a share. And that's why you see it hovering right between 9 and 9.50 today. So right now, still watching ATER to see if that one's going to get some action towards it, or maybe BBIG if EFTR starts to crack and fade below $30. Again, that's just a typical shift, right? You have the majority of traders right now on EFTR, right? That's where 70 to 80% of the attention is. And as long as EFTR holds on up and continues to hold its gains. That's where a majority of traders are going to stay and be, is on EFTR, right? The second that cracks and starts dumping and dropping, if that happens, you'll see traders go to the next stock. All right, well, EFTR is done. What's the next stock that has potential? ATER. Now you have those 70 to 80% of traders moving away from EFTR because it's cracking, dumping, and fading, and they'll go move over to the next stock that has some good potential, ATER, right? Number 3 on the leaderboard. And then BBIG, right? BBIG is like number 10 on the leaderboard, but this stock still has a lot of attention just because it's been moving really nice over the past couple of weeks now. So as long as EFTR holds its gains, and if it can set up and continue breaking to the upside, this is where our focus should be, as this is where the opportunity is going to be for the most part, as 70 to 80% of the focus right now is on EFTR. But like I said, I'd like to see EFTR crack, fade, and fall, and bring some hype and attention back over to ATER for the break of 9. Get this thing going up to 10 and maybe even 11.75 here. So let's see if ATER is going to get that new high a day. All right, slight new high day, ATER, 914. I'm curious to see what those options look like now. Still don't have any plan on selling because I still think ATER has a lot of great upside potential, especially if we're closing over $9 today. I think we see some nice action tonight and tomorrow. And right now, ATER, those contracts up about 212%. Let's see if we have any more juice in ATR. You know, we still have about an hour and 20 minutes to go. $10 realistic. 11.75 is definitely realistic if we continue to see ATR get a lot of great action and attention towards it. So EFTR, possible break of the downtrend for the next leg up to the high a day, right around 40 bucks. BBIG's just kind of still sitting sideways above 11. And ATER is now trying to hold above 9 bucks. So if ATER can actually hold above 9, put in a quick new high a day, I think we're going to see 10 bucks here shortly on ATER. So if this candle stays above 9 bucks and we put in a new high a day, I definitely think we see 10 bucks by the end of the day here on ATER. So let's see if ATER is actually going to hold above 9 bucks. Yeah, ATR's got some activity, guys. ATR is wanting to get it going, guys. Above 9 bucks, it's fighting for it. It wants it. It wants it. ATER, you going the 10 bucks? Oh, quick new high day. Let's go. Let's go 10 bucks. Keep on going. Just keep going. I don't need to trade you again. I already got some contracts on the table. We're doing good. We're doing great. So ETFR is starting to lose a little bit of attention towards it. I mean, it still has potential as long as it holds on up and breaks that downtrend. But if it continues to put in flat support on EFTR with these lower highs, that could be a little bit of a intraday descending triangle, which is bearish for the crack of that $31 level for the next leg down. But right now, we're on the right stock. ATER, my goodness, look at you go. Kapowie! 243%. Man, that's tempting to just lock it up. That is very, very tempting to lock it up. So we know we have support back down at 9 bucks. Again, like I was saying, if we hold above 9, I think we get a new high a day and we start ripping the 10. So right there, we held above 9. We got a quick new high a day, and we're starting to get a lot of activity with ATER now. And she's still going. Come on, you gonna get halted for us? Are you just gonna keep going? You gonna start squeezing the 10, 11, 15? Are these $24 contracts gonna turn into $1,000 contracts? I doubt it. I doubt it, but that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'm curious. So 17th of September, which is next Friday, I was buying the 15 calls. So what are the in the monies right now? So the in the monies right now are only like 250 bucks a piece. These would have to go deep, deep, deep in the money to ever turn into something substantial like $1,000 a contract or some crap like that. So I'm thinking about locking in some of those profits. I mean, I caught the move. Like, that was exactly what I wanted. I still think it has some potential. But again, you know, when I'm up 50%, 100%, guys, I lock in profit. That's another 300% winner. That's 300% back to back. I mean, I'm stupid if I don't lock them up. So I think I'm going to have to start locking in more right now on ATER, guys. But she's squeezing. She's squeezing big time. ATER. My goodness. Not even any sign of slowing down right now. I'm curious to see if it breaks 10. I'm going to give it a second to see if it's strong enough to just pop over 10 here. ATER. What's the halt level on this right now? 1029. 1029 on ATER. So back below 950, I lock it up completely. Intraday. Back below 950, I lock it up. Profit is profit, guys. Profit's profit. Nothing wrong with 300% in Friday, 3 days. If it goes a million, if it goes another $5-6 to the upside and it's 2,000-3,000%, who cares, right? Because it could go back down to 0. Right now, then they are holding up pretty well. They're still right around that 295, so just about 300. So why are we not doing options all the time? Because just like penny stocks, there's not always great opportunity in the options market. Now, don't get me wrong, there is, right? But I'm very particular with options. I am very, very particular with my options. They have to be just very good contracts and very good technicals, right? Like PayPal, Roblox, DraftKings, like really solid setups where the options are relatively cheap with low IVs. We get these breaks and these rips and runs, right? We're buying them cheap when the IV's low, and then they start ripping and running. And then we start making, you know, good 200-300% winners. But we can't expect to make those every single day. Now, don't get me wrong. You can make some good profits with options. You can generate consistent, you know, 20, 30, 40% returns with options. But again, at the same time, if you're on the wrong side of the trade, what could you lose? 20, 30, 40, 50%. So, you know, my biggest reason why I don't trade options 100% is because, you know, it's harder for me to manage my risk with an option. It's not hard, right? It's very easy. But I've been burned one too many times, right, with an option to where it's like, I say, okay, I'm going to risk $1 on the chart based on the delta and da 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 da, right? And the stock comes down $1. I look at my options contract and I'm down like 3 to 4 times more than I thought I was going to be, right? Because it's not 100%. You cannot gauge 100% on what the option is going to be. Like, I can tell you how many times I've planned my trade on the chart. All right, I'm risking $1. The delta's 30. So I should not lose any more than $30 a contract. I have 10 contracts. Shouldn't lose more than $300 on the trade. Stock comes down over 30 minutes to $1. I go to sell my op and they're down like 60, 70% in value. I'm like, whoa. If I would have just bought shares, I know exactly what my stop would have been. So that's my reasoning for not trading options 100% of the time. I'm not consistent with options, you know, all day, every day, 100% of the time. I'm consistent with equities. I'm consistent with physically trading shares with the occasional options trade that can make 100, 200, 300%. And that's another thing too, like Skylar, he beat me to it. Not able to sell in pre-market or post-market, right? That's another thing. Like with shares, right? I can sit here until 8 o'clock and then wake up at 4 and manage my trade. If I'm up in profit, I want to lock in profit. But from 4 a.m. to 9:30, there is so much that could happen. BBIG could have dumped to $8, $7, $6, and I'm going to sit there taking a loss. But if I had shares, I could have locked in those profits. Now, again, you get bigger returns with options, but you're able to manage your trade 100 times better, right? The reward could be 100 times better with an option, but you can manage your risk and manage your trade 100 times better with physical shares versus options. Yeah, stops. Yeah, you can put stops on options contracts, absolutely. But here's the thing. We got to take into account the spread. I cannot tell you how many times I've put a hard stop in the system for an option, right? The bid drops off substantially, but the ask is still high. It's not going to trigger your stop when the bid falls at or below your stop price. It's when the ask falls at or below your stop price. So let's say the spread was nice and tight, right? The bid was at 90, the ask was at $1. You bought at $1. You put a stop in at 70 cents, right? The bid could drop all the way to 10. The ask could be at 75, right? But the bid's at 10. You have a huge spread, right? If that ask drops down to 70, that triggers your stop, boom, you're filled at $10, right? So that's another thing is sometimes the spreads stink with options. I've done that a lot to where I put a stop in, and when it filled me, right, the ask hit the price, my order was executed, and I got filled at the bid, which is the right way. But the spread was so bad by like $50 a contract. You have 5 contracts, that's $250 of slippage. But again, that was on not liquid options like the SPY or Facebook or Apple. These are on like really cheap options. But again, give me 1 second, guys. Let me take this. All right, sorry about that, guys. When the wife calls, you got to answer. You got to answer. So, Skylar, question I always have with options. If you like the $10 stock price, how do you pick an option so you can set a limit? Like the option price won't be 10, just the stock, never know what to set my limit sell at. That's the other thing with options, right? Like, you just don't know at the end of the day, because there are a lot of variables. Just because you see an option contract with a 30 delta and the stock goes up $1 doesn't mean you're going to lock in exactly $30 a contract, right? It could be 25, it could be 50, right? You just don't know. There's a lot of variables. It gives you a good idea though. So with options, day trading, you have to manage those real time. You can't come into an options contract and say, all right, I'm going to buy it for $1, right? I'm going to spend $100 on one contract. The stock's price is at 10 bucks. If the stock's price goes up $1, I'm going to make the delta, and the delta's 30. So I'm going to set a limit sell for $1.30. If the stock's price goes up $1, you would expect to get that $30 a contract. But again, there's a lot of variables with options. That's not a guarantee. It's an idea of what your option's going to be worth, but it's never 100% set in stone. So you could literally buy that option contract for $1, look at the delta, look at the chart, do your technical analysis, do your due diligence, and you could set a sell limit for $1.30, expecting to get that delta based on that dollar move, right? So the stock moves $1, right, and then immediately crashes. You may not get filled. You have to day trade those, and you have to manage those in real time to have a percentage goal for profit. Yep. Again, I can't say how many times I've entered an options position. Stock goes up $1. I'm expecting to make the delta, and it comes in substantially less. Like, the delta would be a 50, and I would make approximately $20 to $25 a contract. And I'm like, why? Well, there's a lot of those other variables, right? The IV could have been dropping. The theta, was heavier on the options contract than expected. Again, there's a lot of those variables. What are those contracts worth now? 327%. Oof. But I still think ATER has a lot of potential. Like, I want to lock it up, but at the same time, I think ATER has a shit ton of potential into tomorrow, guys. I really think we could see the stock, up around 1175 by tomorrow. And at this pace, with an hour to go, we could see it by the end of the day at the same time, guys. So right now, I'm still holding on. I'm holding strong with ATER. Closing back below 950, I go ahead and lock in the 250% that I have. But right now, as long as we're fighting for 10 and we're above 10, we have so much room to 1175 here. So 1175, next target on ATER, 1175. And then you could definitely see it up towards around 15. Definitely see it up towards around like 1630, and then possibly that 200 SMA at 19 bucks on ATER. So let's see if ATER is going to hold above that prior high at 980, re-break 10, and start ripping again to the upside. And that's another thing as well, Skylar. Another reason why I primarily, trade shares versus options is because sometimes I can take a little bit of heat with an actual position like equities, right? Let's say I'm trying to nail the entry at 980 and I have a stop at like 930, right? I know coming into it, right, exactly what my stop's going to be based on the shares. Sorry, I think my cat's in here. Let me get my cat out. Maybe not. Oh, I thought I heard my cat in here. So yeah, exactly. All right, I'm buying at 980, 1,000 shares. If it goes down 50 cents, I lose 500 bucks. You can do your best of the best job. You can say, okay, I'm going to buy when the stock's at 980. I'm going to buy 10 contracts. The stock goes down 50 cents. That's half the delta. And literally the second it cracks 980, it goes to say 960, and you're already at your max stop, right? Like, I've seen that so many times to where it's like, I've done my due diligence perfectly. Beautifully, right? I'm like, I can afford to let the stock breathe 50 cents on the chart, and that would equate to my loss on the option. And literally, the stock will dip, say 20 cents hypothetically, right? Still 30 cents away from my stop on the chart, and I'm already at my stop on the option. And it's like, so what do? Do I go ahead and cut it? The chart still has potential, but I'm already stopped out from a dollar amount loss on the option. So what do? Do I let it breathe? And letting it breathe another 10, 20 cents, you're taking even more of a loss. And then once you do get stopped out, it's substantial, far greater than what you wanted, right? So that's another one of my reasons why I'm not a big, full-time, all-day, everyday options guy. Only when we have those killer great setups to where it's very, very, very low risk and such high reward. ATER, prime example, guys. Prime example. My initial investment on ATER was $100. I came into the trade saying, you know what? I'll lose $100. But what's the upside potential? Getting a squeeze, right? $2, $3, $4 to the upside. So looking at it, I knew what my risk was. I was willing to risk my investment. And I was looking for the stock to squeeze. If it didn't squeeze, I was willing to risk $100. The stock squeezed. What did we make? 300%, right? $200, which is amazing, right? Which is amazing. I had 4 contracts at an average price of 24. Same thing with BBIG. Right? BBIG, I had a $200 investment. That's what I was willing to lose on BBIG, right? But I still saw the potential behind BBIG to the upside. So with that being said, is like the best way that I trade options is my investment is my loss. That's how I do good with options, is what my investment is what my loss is. Because I will let them go to shit. I will let them go to zero because I need to let the stock work out, right? And so that's the biggest thing is if I invest $100, that's my loss. That's why you never see me really investing more than like $250 for an options trade, because I'm going in with what I'm willing to risk, because I need to let the stock work and breathe and give it time to actually work out in my favor. I can't say how many times I've tried to say day trade AMD, and I've done my due diligence and I planned my trade. AMD goes down, say 50 cents. But based on the chart, I could have risked $1, and based on the delta, I knew exactly what my risk could have been. And at a 50-cent decline, I'm already at my stop. So I have to cut my trade, and then I see it work out in my favor, or I hold on to the trade too long. I stop out where I said I was going to stop out on the chart, and I ended up taking a much bigger loss than I anticipated. Say I was expecting to lose 20%, now I lost 50%, right? So the best way that I trade options is, again, I only invest what I'm willing to lose. Day trade's a little bit different. Right? Day trade's a little bit different. If I'm day trading something, right? If I'm day trading options, I will risk 50%, right? That is my threshold. So if I throw, right, let's say I want to only lose $300 on the trade. I will only invest $600. I'll let the option breathe about 50%. And what I've come to find out is 50% is great breathing room, right? Is great breathing room. So I'll let it breathe 50%. Now on swing trades, again, I will only risk my investment. So I only invest what I'm willing to risk. That's why, ATR was like $100 and BBIG was like $250. And again, that's the thing, is letting it develop. It's too many times to where I've been prematurely stopped out because my option hit my stop price. But looking at the chart, I'm like, I could still give it time to develop. So that's why I've kind of switched how I day trade options. Now it's, okay, how much am I willing to lose? $500. That means my initial investment cannot exceed $1,000 because I'm going to let it breathe up to 50% just to let it develop, just to let the trade work for me. And that's how my approach is with options, right? My approach with options is completely different than equities, right? So 100% different. If I invest $5,000, right, 10 grand into a penny stock equities trade, that is not my max loss. I know what my loss is based on the dollar amount per share, right? But with options, that's what works for me. That's just what works for me with day trading options and swing trading options. And that allows me to stay in the trade a little bit longer, to let the trade work for me, right? To develop. I'm not too aggressive on size. My reward could be 10 times greater, but at least I'm not prematurely getting stopped out left and right. Yeah, the login button doesn't work. It's not you. It's not you, Pancake. We have a new mobile menu that was embedded and developed. Yeah, it's not you. So does the login button not work? Try to click on it. Nope. So you just got to click the chat room. So if you click chat room, it'll take you to the login page. It's no longer giving you that pop-up. The pop-up to actually log in. We're having a small issue there, so I'm just trying to debug that. So In the meantime, just come into Alpha Day Trading, right? Click chat rooms, take you right to the login page. You'll be set. And I might even just go ahead and add the login page to the login register, so at least it takes you to that page. Yep, I'm not sure what's going on. It was a pain in my ass over lunch. That's all the behind the scenes stuff I was working on, trying to debug that. On TD, on the mobile app, when you place an order, they make you put in your password. You go to your settings on TD Ameritrade through the mobile app and actually shut that off. It's actually in settings, Skylar. You can turn that off to where it's not going to ask you for your password every single time. It's going to allow you to go ahead and place that as long as you're logged in. So, but there is a setting in the mobile app to change that, because I had that issue a few years back when I was actually trading on the mobile app with TD. Ralph, would you let ATER ride based on the monthly chart? I have not even looked at the monthly chart. I'm just looking at the daily chart, right? And the daily chart, it still shows a lot of potential to the upside. Intraday, we may have a small intraday reversal on ATR. We're starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. So we may see more of a decline here intraday, maybe back down to like $9, right? If we start cracking back below 950, well, most definitely, I would say very 90% confident that we'll see it back down at $9 if we crack below 950 out of this head and shoulders formation. But looking at the daily chart, I still think ATR has a lot of great upside potential in the coming weeks. I think ATR has a lot of great potential over the coming weeks, guys. So again, locking in profits when you can. Always putting yourself in a position to go risk-free. Like, I'm in a risk-free position plus profit, right? So I'm in a risk-free position plus a little bit of profit. So right now, you know, I could technically let these go to crap and I'd still walk away with a little bit of money, but I'm not going to let, you know, these go to crap. I'm still going to lock in some profits if I start to see this cracking below that 960, 950, and I can always re-enter if I wanted to get back in on ATR, maybe lower, down towards around $9, right? So again, I do see a nice little head and shoulders formation here starting to form. So that right there may be a good indication to go ahead and lock in those profits here on ATR. And right now they're up towards around $90 a piece from $24. My goodness. Not bad at all. And what I have, 2 left. Throw limit at, 85. Let's see. Let's see what happens on the ATER. Definitely looking like a head and shoulders formation, though. So below 960, I'm out. Below 960, I go ahead and lock it up. I'll give it a little bit of breathing room just to see if it does hold and pop on up and continue higher. But below like 950, 960, I go ahead and take what profit I have, and I'll probably be able to get out somewhere around like 85 cents a piece, which is about $170 of profit on top of what I already locked in this morning on ATR. Probably put me around $200 of total P&L. Yeah, absolutely. My password was really long too, and I'm like, man, this takes me 5 minutes just to put my password in. By the time I put my password in, I don't even want the trade anymore. But yeah, it's in the settings. You shut that off. And I think the setting is as long as you're logged in, right? As long as you're logged in, you can buy and sell without having to re-input your password each and every time. And you set the duration for as long as you're logged in too, right? So if you shut the app down, you go somewhere else, you don't have to log back in. You can actually set it to like an hour, to where once you log in, it'll continue to log you in and give you access to the app up to an hour without having to re-log in each and every time you navigate away from the mobile app. So right now, it looks like I'll probably be closing ATER. Give it a few more seconds here. Definitely looking like it could crack, start moving lower. Go ahead and get ready here on ATER. Right now, 968. Is that accurate? 969. That is accurate. So that's the ask. Okay. We see it right up here on the top left. 968. I start to see this in the 950s. I go ahead and lock in some profits here on ATER. Back in the 970s now. Let's see if it's going to re-break 980 and get back up over 10 here. All right, it's going to try and go for it. Come on, baby. Break 980. Keep on ripping and running. I don't want to close you out yet, ATER. I still think you got a lot of potential. Re-breaking 10. Let's go. How's EFTR doing? Still sitting sideways? Yeah, still sitting sideways. BBIG, same thing. Still sitting sideways. ATER is the #1 stock, guys. And we have about 50 minutes to go. We have a lot of time. ATER technically could rip all the way to that 1175 by the end of the day. We have enough time. Anything could happen. So let's see what we have in store with ATER. We continue to build these higher lows with that 980 to 985 resistance. I think we can see a nice little breakout here. So as ATER was grinding to the upside, we saw volume follow suit. Since we hit those highs, we've been more consolidating, right? And that's okay. When we see consolidation, sideways price action, right? We normally see volume taper. So again, if we would have seen volume decreasing during this big rip to the upside, that would have been concerning, right? If we would have seen stock screaming to the upside with less and less volume, right, that would have been concerning. But we saw volume increase along that rip to the upside. The only time it started to decrease was during this period of consolidation, and that's how we see volume, is when this stock consolidates, which that zone right here, that was a little bit of consolidation, that was normal. The stock's now squeezing back to the upside. If we would see that move occur right here, the last 2 to 3 candles, occur on less volume or light volume, that would be concerning. That is a unhealthy move to the upside. That volume's not following price. But we see volume moving back in as we're now breaking out of that little consolidation. Right? So right here, we have the rip to the upside. Right? This gray box, that was our big move up from around 880 all the way to 10. We saw volume increase as well during that period of consolidation. That consolidation was happening right there inside that little box during that period of time. We saw volume decreasing as well. And once we broke out of the consolidation back to the upside, we saw volume follow suit as well. So that is completely normal. That's healthy. Volume looks great in correlation to the price. Nothing to be concerned about there. But never, technicals never come off the table. Technicals are always on the table. Analysis is always on the table. 100% of the time. 100% of the time. So we're always reading into the volume. Absolutely. Volume is very powerful, guys. Volume is very, very powerful. So we definitely always want to be mindful of the volume. So what are we looking at now on P&L? Are we at 400% yet? Oh, we're at 400%! What? Wow, we are at 400% on ATER, guys. What a trade. What a trade. ATER, 420%. Is that a lucky number? 431. My goodness. It's not every day you lock in 400%. When you do, it feels good. ATER this morning, what, 250, 300% right now? ATER? No, I'm sorry, I said ATER. BBIG was about 250 to 3. And then right now, 431% on ATER. Who else is crushing ATER right now? Anybody else grab those calls with me last Friday? Anybody? This is absolutely amazing. Congratulations, traders. You guys are crushing it. So I got the closest to expiration, which was still about 2 weeks out, which was okay. I was going 2 weeks out on the expiration. I got a $15 strike. Seeing potential to around 15, 16 bucks on ATER. So again, I was buying the September 17th. Yep, the closest till expiration, September 17th. And I was buying the $15 strikes for $24 each. And right now they're up towards around $120 a piece. And I'm still holding strong. My new stop loss is back below 10 bucks, guys. My new stop on ATER intraday today on what I currently have riding is anything back below 10 bucks. As long as we're holding above 10 bucks, I'm still holding my contracts on ATER. The fact that they're up 400% though, at this pace, they could be up 500-600%. I'm locking those in before the end of the day. 100%, guys. I am not swinging these again on ATER because anything could happen, right? We could see the stock gap down, right, and form a mid candle before we get that next rip and run on, say, Friday, right? But I'm not going to take these contracts overnight. They're already up substantially. The last thing I want to see is ATER drop an offering and the stock gap down and they completely get destroyed in value. So I'm definitely 100%, guys. Before the end of the day, I am securing my profits on ATER. But we still have about, 45 minutes to go. I'm still going to hold on to these as long as I can if we continue to rip to 11, 11.75, so on and so forth, right? Back below 10 bucks here intraday, I lock it up 100%. I lock it up completely and take those profits. So right now, I do not want to see this back below 10. At the absolute lowest, guys, 985. At the absolute lowest. If it dips below 10 momentarily, tags 985, bounces back up, and as long as we're closing and trading above 10, I still think we have some great potential. Again, 1175 in sight, guys. 1175 is a great little level on ATER. Absolutely, guys. And take this, go ahead and take a screenshot of your ATER daily. And go ahead and log this. Put this in a folder on your desktop, on your computer that says moving average squeeze formation, right? So next time you see a similar setup, you already know what to expect, right? This is a very simple moving average squeeze formation like we saw on GRAY, right? When we were taking this GRAY swing trade early this year. Wasn't as clean, but it was the criteria being met. And then SUNW last year, right? SUNW was another great moving average squeeze formation right here between the 20 and the 200. And we got about 80% out of that. So again, go ahead and take some of these stocks and label them as moving average squeeze formation. So the next time you come across something like this, you can go back and, reflect on ATER and kind of see if it's meeting that same criteria. Right now, like I said, at the absolute lowest, 985. Anything back below 985, I take the profits that I have on ATER. Still trying to be as patient as possible with this, as we are still in a very solid uptrend here intraday. We have a very nice daily setup as well. So big picture, still looks like there's a lot of potential to the upside. But I do not want to get stuck in this cracking and dumping down to $9 before the end of the day and giving up, 50 to 100% of profits. So again, the ATER daily chart was my go-to moving average squeeze formation. It's where the stock's getting beaten down. beaten down, right? Popping out of oversold conditions, getting back above our 20 EMA, and either A, we have the 50 or the 200 coming right over top. So here on ATER, that's exactly what we saw here. So we saw the stock getting beaten down, getting absolutely hammered here on ATER, right? The stock is very oversold. It actually consolidated sideways and was an oversold for about a month or so. Regaining the 20 EMA and consolidating in between the 20 EMA and the 50 SMA. And once we see the stock get out of oversold conditions, it's consolidating between two moving averages. Typically, it's the 20 and the 50 or the 20 and the 200. That's typically 90% of the time how you see that, right? The stock is going to get back above the shorter term moving average first and typically squeeze between the 50. Every now and then you'll see the squeeze with the 200. So again, as long as you have two moving averages that the stock is consolidating between, we do have high probabilities of the stock squeezing higher to the upside. So this approach, the moving average squeeze formation like this, I only apply this on high time frames. I only apply this on the daily and above, right? Because again, I'm only using the 20, the 50, and the 200 on daily charts. I don't use them on 4-hour charts. I don't even use them on the hour chart, only on the daily and above. So this is like the only time I applied this technique is on the daily chart and higher. And it's a very high probability setup that I've noticed over my 7 years of trading. And again, I've seen this happen time and time and time again. SUNW, right? Where the stock is absolutely getting beaten down. Very oversold. Regaining the 20 EMA. In this case, it regained the 50 as well. Got very, very tight in between the 200 SMA and the 20 EMA. And look at that. Boop, it squeezed about 80% to the upside. GRAY. Early this year on GRAY. This was a swing trade that we took as well. Stocks getting beaten down. Oversold. Getting out of oversold conditions. Regaining the 20 EMA. Squeezing between the 20 and the 50. And then boom, you get a nice little pop, right? So the same exact thing here with ATER. Stocks getting beaten down, oversold, popping out of oversold conditions, back above the 20 EMA, getting squeezed between the 20 and the 50. Boom. We see it pop, we see it squeeze. Great, easy profits with these moving average squeeze formations like we're seeing right now on ATER. I go ahead and lock this profit up at $1. Looks like I can get out at $1 on ATER. Boom, and boom, we are out. So, 200, oh wait, that was like 300 and some percent on ATER and then another 200 on BIG. So P&L, ATER locked in 229, BBIG 923. Woo, buddy. Almost a $1,200 day on the small account. $1,200, my goodness. That's some profits right there. That's something to be excited about. What is that, 20%? 20% in 3 days? I'll take it. So then we see stocks like this, Casey, right? So LEDS. Why were we even watching LEDS? Because LEDS was doing something similar. Getting beaten down, regaining the 20 EMA, getting squeezed between the 20 and the 50. This one just hasn't popped. It may not. As long as we continue to close above and we're trading above the 20 EMA, consolidating between the 20 and the 50, we could still see LEDS squeeze like we're seeing ATER squeeze. Same thing with SKLZ. Why were we watching this one? It was beaten down. Finally regaining that 20 EMA, and we were looking for this one to consolidate a little bit longer in between those two levels and get a squeeze as well. This one's failing, right? But again, you're not going to see them work 100% of the time. But when you see them work, there's big time profits and so much opportunity with these moving average squeeze formations. Again, they're high probability setups. 80% of the time, you will see that stock squeeze for big time profits, and your loss is normally really, really tight as well. Your loss is literally right below that lower moving average. In this case, it was the 20 EMA. So again, very nice tight stops with great reward if you get that pop, if you get the squeeze. Nope, I buy during the squeeze. So I see the stock pop up above the 20 EMA. Usually it gets rejected by the 50. I see it consolidate a little bit. That's why I was making my entries on Friday, because I saw the rip. I saw the pullback. I saw the respection of the 20. I see the next pullback, a little bit of a higher low above the 20. I was taking my entries in the low 6s there on Friday with stops right below the 20 EMA. So I was getting in at, say, 650 with a $6 stop. What was my first target? The 50 SMA, right at 874. So you're talking what? Over $2 of profit to the upside, risking 50 cents. But again, knowing that if we get the break over the 50 SMA and it does actually start squeezing, that we can definitely see this rip and run to the upside. Same thing with GRAY this year, right? GRAY. I was actually taking this trade way before the squeeze. I was long right here on that day. So I was long in the low 4s way before the squeeze occurred. And then boom, we were able to capitalize on about $3 a share. And my stop at that point in time was right below 4. So again, very low risk with great reward potential behind it. And I'm buying as it's squeezing. I am buying as it's squeezing. And again, you know, it's an anticipation. It hasn't confirmed. It hasn't squeezed. But again, the risk is so low, right? Like GRAY, buying at 425, risking 25 cents. We had a target of 6, right? It definitely ran past our target and hit 7. But we were taking profits in the 6s from a $4 entry, $2 a reward, right? With 25 cents of risk. I'll take it. Same thing with ATER. You know, why was I buying it in anticipation? Because the risk was so low. Last Friday, you know, I'm buying this right around like 640, 650. My stops are underneath 6. I'm risking 50 cents with great upside potential. So again, I'm buying as the stock is squeezing. You don't. That's the thing, Casey. You do not see the setup every single day, right? There's been about a 6-month time frame that I did not see the setup whatsoever. So when these setups start showing themselves, you'll see them happen. You'll see them work on out, but it is not a very common setup. It is one of those once in a blue moon setups that you see, in my opinion, right? Before this week, the last one that I saw that I took was GRAY. So to put this in perspective for you guys, the last one I saw was on GRAY back in June. So you're talking June, July, August, 3 months until we started to see more of these present themselves. You know, possibly LEDS, obviously ATER. So again, you do not see these all of the time. But the best way to scan for these guys, if you're curious, like Josh, how do I scan for these setups? It's very simple. You scan for stocks that are oversold, and you scan for stocks that are above the 20 EMA and below the 50 SMA. That's it. You literally, stocks that are above the 20 at EMA, below the 50 SMA, that are below a 50 on the RSI. And that's it. And you go through one by one by one by one by one until you see similar setups like ATR. But again, they're very rare. But when you spot one, be ready, because when they squeeze, they squeeze. But I don't scan for these on a regular basis, because I know that I only probably come across maybe like 6 a year at most. Maybe 6 of these really solid squeeze formations per year. And out of those 6, 4 to 5 of them work, right? And out of those 4 to 5 that work, you're talking big time profits. ATER, 300%, right? Physical shares. I mean, what would that have been? $4 a share in the last 3 days? So when they work out, you have big upside potential. And when they don't work out, you're risking such a small amount of money, right? My risk on this trade was $100, right? With the upside potential that it had, definitely worth the risk. Yeah, absolutely. FinViz, right? Go to all and then just scan. Keep it simple. Stocks under a certain price, stocks that are above the 20 EMA and below the 50 SMA, that are below a 50 on the RSI, and start with stocks that have just started picking up some unusual volume, right? Because typically what you see is when these stocks start popping back above the 20 EMA, you start to see a little bit more volume move in as well. So maybe add volume as your criteria as well. Maybe unusual volume over the past, say, 5 days. And that's going to help you narrow it down even more on what stocks meet that criteria, as well as picking up some momentum, picking up some volume. You know, that's going to help, you know, eliminate some of that noise and make your job a lot easier trying to identify these plays. So we're looking at the RSI, the Relative Strength Index. It's an oscillator, and it shows us when a stock is considered to be oversold and when a stock is considered to be overbought. So anything under a 30, right? So we look at the RSI. It goes from 0 to 100. Those are your level. It goes from a low of 0 to a high of 100 with 2 levels, a 30 and a 70. Anytime the stock is in blue, right? You see how this is usually a gray line? And when it's blue, it's below the 30. So when the stock is below the 30, TD Ameritrade trades it in blue. That is considered to be oversold, right? And it's an indication that the stock could reverse. Not it's going to reverse, but it could reverse, all right? So when the stock is in the red or over the 70, that's considered to be overbought. Another indication that the stock could reverse because it's considered to be very, very overbought. But look at ATER. Just because the stock is overbought doesn't mean it's going to reverse. This stock signaled that it was overbought December 17th when the price was at $12.27. It continued to oscillate in overbought conditions for months, and it ran all the way to $48.99. So just because you see the stock is overbought or oversold isn't 100% that it's going to reverse. You could see this continue to oscillate in overbought or oversold conditions for a very long time. And that's what you saw on ATER end of last year, early this year. Again, it was signaled to be overbought below $15. It ran all the way to $48. It was signaled to be oversold at $11.86. It continued to fall to $2.40, right? So again, I want to stress that. Just because you see a stock's overbought or oversold doesn't mean you buy it. Doesn't mean you take a trade. You have to just simply use this in conjunction with other forms of technical analysis to get an idea of when that reversal could take place. So again, that's going to be the RSI, the Relative Strength Index. And it just gives us an idea on if the stock is considered to be overbought or oversold. And it's a great tool to utilize intraday and on higher time frames for swing trades, for intraday mindfulness, right? To spot divergences, right? And we can definitely talk more about divergences here this afternoon or maybe tomorrow. If you guys have missed that divergence lesson, that's how I use the RSI intraday, is to spot divergence. And I do like to, identify these things on the daily charts as well. But again, primarily intraday, I'm using the RSI primarily to spot divergence, right? Not really to spot oversold or overbought, because I understand that the RSI can continue to oscillate in overbought or oversold conditions for as long as it wants. It's not a solid indication that it's going to reverse, right? I like to look for divergences, and I look for little W's, right? Little W's on the RSI on like a higher time frame, like a 5-minute chart. If I see a 5-minute bottom and I see a beautiful little W, that's a great indication that we're setting in some really good market structure internally that we could see the stock move back up. But 80% of it is all divergence on the RSI intraday. Now on the daily chart, divergence, W's, overbought, oversold. I love the RSI. The RSI is very, very powerful. Yeah, JR Shots. Anyone aware of a way to listen to chat with the phone locked while on the move? So, right now, you can do a picture-in-picture. But if I'm not mistaken, it works just like YouTube or any other streaming service, that if you actually shut the browser, or like you shut your phone off, put it in your pocket, it doesn't continue to play. So, I don't know what kind of phone you have, but like, for instance, me. I could be watching a video on YouTube, and the second I lock my phone, the audio goes away. But if I tap on the home screen and hit the little play icon at the top right, it'll continue to play that in the background. Sometimes. So again, give that a shot. Go picture-in-picture inside of chat. Lock the phone. Obviously, the audio goes away, but then tap your home screen or tap your screen. Top right-hand corner, it'll show that it's paused. You hit play, and that may kick the audio back on for you to where you can at least listen and hear while you have that phone in your pocket. But again, I think, that's pretty common across the board with any like streaming service, that once your phone's locked, if it's a video, it immediately goes away. So give that a shot. Give that a shot. Open up the live stream and chat on your mobile device. Pop it out in picture, right? Then you can shut down the chat room completely and you still have the picture-in-picture running on your phone. And then lock it. And if the audio stays up, fantastic. If the audio goes away, when your phone's locked, just tap the screen, top right-hand corner, hit play, and see if that kicks the audio back in. No, I don't have YouTube Premiere. Personally, I do not. Nope. But I do know that you can actually shut down YouTube and still hear everything in the background. But I don't have YouTube Premiere. I don't do a lot of YouTube, guys. I do more podcasts and just Pandora. Really, it's Spotify, podcasts, and Pandora. I'm not a big YouTube guy. Yeah, give that a shot. Absolutely. So right now, that was a great time to get out of ATR. Again, cracking the trend line, back below 980. Like I said, we have a lot of potential to continue the fade and fall to 9. And if I wouldn't have gotten out of those contracts, right? If I was greedy, what would have happened? If I was greedy, I would have, not that bad. 15%. So they've still been holding up relatively well. But still, I was able to get profits over $1 on this. And again, they're holding up surprisingly well for this options contract. But most of the time on a decline like that, those would lose a lot of their value. Yeah, I know, Beth. I broadcast on a private stream, unlisted private on YouTube, but I don't have YouTube Premiere. I honestly don't like YouTube for the streaming, to be honest with you, but they're the only streaming provider that actually allows you the push with a 2 to 3 second delay for free. There's no other free platform out there that allows you the push in 1080p, high definition, at a 2 to 3 second delay. And there's even paid services that are out there, like Vimeo, right? Paid service, like $100 a month, not bad. I would do it. 20 to 30 second delay. And it's paid. It's a paid premium service, and they're 20 seconds delayed on their lives. I'm like, I can't have that. I can't have that. No. 2 to 3 second delay at most. It's insane. And the only option that I found, guys, was IBM Cloud, their Watson, their whatever, their streaming service. You know what they quoted me? Someone guess. To live stream Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. throughout the whole month. Guess how much they quoted me for live streaming through IBM, and they were the least expensive. There's like 3 other ones out there. But IBM Cloud, their live streaming solution, was actually the least expensive. Someone guess how much that was. I'll give you a free month of chat if you guess it right. Gonzo, is there a chance for ATER to turn? Or did I just get screwed by my FOMO? Well, number one, Gonzo, I'm not going to hold anything back. Definitely should have not been buying at the top, right? No matter what, we should not have been buying at the highs, right? We've had so many other great entries, right? The break over 9, the hold of 9, the new high a day, it squeezed to 10, right? We have so many other better entries. So I already know you know. But keep that discipline, Gonzo. Keep that discipline going. And really try to prevent yourself from buying at highs. Wait for the stock to crack and fade and pull back, and then look for your nice little entry off support, right? Like you could have done right now on ATR. With that being said, yeah, there's some great opportunity for this to turn around. I still don't think ATR is done, right? But again, I could be wrong. They could drop an offering tonight. This stock could dump to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You just don't know. There's so many unforeseen variables in the stock market. This stock could dump tonight. But looking at the chart right now, the technicals are sound. We're having a strong volume day. If we close good, if we close near $10, I think we see some action tonight, and I think we see a slight gap up tomorrow, assuming they don't drop a negative press release, they don't drop an offering or anything crazy like that. But overall, looking at just the technicals, I still think ATR has some good potential to the upside, guys. You guys were close. $12,500. A month. $12,500 to live stream from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Insane. Insane. And they were the least expensive. There was another one out there that was actually a little bit better than the whole Watson. All right, Watson, the cloud, IBM, whatever. IBM, whatever their name is. There was another one out there that was a little bit better. 22,000. I'm like, what? 22 grand to live stream. What are you guys doing? I can do this for free on YouTube. Well, there's a lot of downfalls with YouTube as well. So, but yeah, dude, it's insane. I'm like 20 grand to live stream. I'm like, all right, let me set up my own server. Let me do my own live streaming. Again, just to set that up, it's like 10 to 20 grand. But you don't have to pay that every single month. But then you have the problem with if something happens, it's on you. You have to have a development team. You have to have a team on standby in case something goes down. The beautiful thing with YouTube is if something happens to YouTube, boom, their backup kicks in, right? You might be down on YouTube for a couple minutes, right? And it's free. 2 to 3 second delay. So I don't even know why we're talking about this. I was saying I don't like YouTube. I'm not a fan of how YouTube pushes the stream, but believe it or not, they're like the best solution for live streaming is YouTube. And the beautiful thing about it, it's free to do it. It's insane that there's some other really good services out there like Vimeo, and it's like a 20-second delay. And I'm like, that is insane. So if anybody ever comes across a good live stream solution, let me know. I would love to get away from YouTube. Yeah, damn. $12,500. $12,500 for IBM. It's insane. Yeah, exactly. Google listens to everything. Now they're going to start tapering the stream. They're going to start bogging it down. They're going to start screwing me and like, you're paying that $12,500, buddy. It's going down. You're paying $12,500. So right now, traders, awesome fucking job. Awesome work. Yeah, teacher discount. That'd be nice. A teacher discount. What's up with profits, guys? What's up with profits? I know Casey's over here making profits. I know JR shots. Yo, my cat was in my chair. I kept hearing noises behind me. And I'm like, what the F is this? Is this a big cockroach or something in my office in my chair? My cat was in my chair. And I'm like, scared the shit out of me. Anyway, come on, guys. Get those profits in profits chat. Come on, let's go, guys. You want me to bring my cat on the stream? All right. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty. Here, baby. Hiding? Hiding? My kitty. Precious. Oh, don't scratch me. Don't scratch me. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. Chill. Come on, let's trade. Let's trade. Come on. Money! Get out of here. Go. Nasty. All right. You guys got to sell my kitty. There you go. I brought my cat on the stream. There you guys go. Oh, man. So right now, guys, ATR was fun. ATR, a lot of potential here in today, guys. A lot of money to be made. And again, I wasn't really touching this today because it was already up so much, right? I was already just really managing my swings. BBIG was managing that, taking profits. ATR was managing this one, taking profits. So again, 2 days in a row, guys. 2 days in a row. No day trades. I did not day trade yesterday. I have not day traded today. But in the last 2 days, I've been able to lock up almost $1,200 in profit. So that's the beautiful thing about the market is some days you're not day trading. Some days you don't see, those great setups. And don't get me wrong, there were some good setups on ATR, but I just wasn't in the mood to take one because I was already exceeding my goal. And we have rules, guys. When I meet or exceed my daily target, I don't trade, right? What's my daily target on the small account? Month 1 was $100 a day. I maintained it. Month 2 is $150 a day. Right now, I've been able to exceed that plus some. So again, I've exceeded that daily target. So what's the point of me sitting here trading when I have a rule of when you hit a certain goal, you're done for the day. I hit my goal. I exceeded my goal. The small account's a small account, whether that's the account with equities or the account with options. The small account's a small account. I hit my goal. I stayed disciplined and I didn't force any trades or jump into any trades into the day. Cash Money. Yeah, Cash Money Kitty. That's CMC. That's Cash Money Cat. Cash Money Cat. CMC. Her name's Maui. 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 Like Moana. Maui. Yes. Yes. Under the Sea. No, that's the wrong movie. What can I say except you're welcome? Yes. So again, awesome job, team. Awesome work. 2 days in a row. No day trades. But like I said, I've hit my goals both days through those swings. And especially yesterday, I didn't really see a lot of opportunity like whatsoever. Today, there was some great opportunity, but I just didn't really want to dive into it and, potentially give any of those profits back. So I was happy with what I hit, and I want to retain those profits and honor my rules. And my rule is if I hit or exceed my daily target goal, I walk away. Just like if I hit my daily max loss, I walk away. We have rules. We abide by them no matter how great the market is. And that was my rule. So I abided by it. I honored it. I didn't take any other intraday trades. Oh, come on. You like it when I sing. All right. A show of hands. Who does not like it when Josh sings? Right? I don't think anybody's going to put their hand up. Everybody loves when I sing, guys. Come on now. So if you don't like me singing, you go ahead and tell me and I'll stop. But I don't think anybody's going to say stop. Everybody loves my beautiful, like Casey, the voice of an angel. The voice of an angel. I'm going to sign up for the one-on-one just so I can hear Josh sing. That's what I'm talking about. Pancake Shark. Get that one-on-one going. Let's have an hour of singing, guys. Boo. Trader Girl Best like, done. Ron, can you teach us about options so we can bet on the down? What do you mean by that, Ron? So you can bet on the down. So you can bet when the market's selling off, right? So you can actually buy puts, in a sense, short the market when the market's selling off, right? So you can bet, have a position going for you as the market's selling off. Yeah, absolutely. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark. Grandma shark doo 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 doo. Grandma shark. Yeah, my kid watched that for 2 years. 2 years. And then it was Toy Story. Oh my God, Toy Story for 6 months. And now she's hooked on Paw Patrol, guys. Now she's hooked on Paw Patrol. But I honestly like Paw Patrol. I like Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol's not bad. Paw Patrol is the best. I'm not going to lie. And the movie's pretty good too. But the one thing that drives me nuts is she didn't understand the movie because the movie was much different than the series, right? It was different. It was more emotional. It was serious. It was a freaking movie. Where'd Chase go? Why is Chase sad? Where's Ryder? Mommy, Daddy, where's Ryder? Why is Ryder sad? Where's Chase? Why is Chase sad? Blah, blah. I'm like, shut up. I love you so much, but I don't know where Chase went. I don't know where he went for the 1,000th time. I don't know where Chase is. Chase will come back. Keep watching it. And she's watched the damn movie 20 times in the past 2 weeks, and it's always, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Where'd Chase go? Where's Chase? I'm like, yo. Oh, dude, it was Blippy. It was Blippy. Well, I grew up on Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues, Blue's Clues, Blue's Clues. Gotta sit down in my thinking chair and think. We're not even trading right now. We're just singing. But now it's, it's Blippy. It's Blippy. That's okay. That's all right. Guess. How old do you think I am? Did you guys think I was really young? I mean, I appreciate it. I do have good genes, right? I have great genes. I probably look like I'm 19, 18. Not even close, guys. I had Barney. Yes, I did have Barney. I had Barney. I had the Teletubbies, right? You guys think I'm a 2000s baby, don't you? I guarantee it. I guarantee 80% of you thought I was a 2000s baby. That I was born in probably 2000. Wrong. Close, but wrong. I grew up to Blippy. Not Blippy. Yeah, I'm two. I grew up to Barney. I grew up watching the Teletubbies. Yeah. I was at that sweet spot. Early 90s, baby. That great transition. Before technology, right? During technology. So yeah, literally, as I was growing up, it was when the street lights come on, your ass better be home. If your ass is not in this house when those street lights come on, you're grounded. We didn't have phones. We didn't have anything. It was when the street lights come on, your ass better be at home. That's how young I am. Before cell phones. I love Barney. 35. Oh, man, 35. You think I look old, JR Shots? Man, you're out of chat. Where's the band button? And banned. I'm gonna be 29 in February. So I'll be 29 in February, and I have one more year until the dirty 30, guys. Oh boy. But Ron, absolutely Ron, 100%. I'm sorry to get away from trading, but we're just having fun shooting the shit. We all made some great profits today. We're holding on to those profits, guys, and we're just kind of having some fun here in today, guys. But yeah, so I would be more than happy to teach you guys more about options, 100%. We do have the Ultimate Options course, Ron. So I don't know where you've came from, whether that's, maybe TikTok or just here on YouTube or Facebook. But if you came from TikTok, what you can do is go click that link in my bio, scroll down to where it says the Ultimate Options course. Go ahead and just put in your name and your email, and I'll actually send you a direct link to the Ultimate Options course. It's about 2.5 hours long. It takes you through everything in regards to options to get you up to speed. TikTok, yep. So TikTok, link in the bio. Scroll on down where it says Ultimate Options course. Go ahead and put your name and email in. And within a couple minutes, you'll get a direct link to that course. And once again, it's about 2.5 hours long. It was a course that we did inside a chat months ago. It was a 3-day series. And we even brought on a very experienced options trader, Matt, who's been trading options for about 10 years. Makes it consistent, probably $250,000 a year doing it. And he shared some of his tips and tricks and his techniques with trading options as well. So not only is it a basic introduction to options, but we do get a little bit more advanced as well. We do get a little bit more advanced as well with those options, guys. So how did, oh yeah, that gave everything back. That was what I was worried about, right? EFTR yesterday gave everything back in today, right? So let's keep this one on watch again tomorrow, If it gaps down a little bit and we start to see some action, we could see EFTR continue to grind to the upside, all right? So I still want to keep EFTR on watch for tomorrow. Definitely want to keep ATER on high watch as well, guys. I don't think ATER is done. I still think ATER has a lot of great opportunity and a lot of great potential to move well this evening. In post-market to move well tomorrow as well. So I do want to keep ATER on high watch. BBIG, that was our trade, guys. All right, right now, I don't see any reason to get involved with BBIG. So I still want to keep BBIG on the back burner just to see if it resets back up. But again, since last Thursday, Friday, we haven't really seen another reason to get involved. There was a reason to get involved there on Thursday and Friday. Wasn't even, it was, Thursday and Friday, and then we had the move. So right now, I would just be kind of sitting back on BBIG and looking to see if it ever does reset back up for another move to the upside. So you're 28 and Barney was not us? Like, I don't know why, but I grew up to Barney, guys. I don't know why, but I grew up to Barney. Maybe my mom just hated me. Maybe my mom couldn't afford the new stuff, right? I literally grew up to watching Barney as a kid. And the Teletubbies. And the Teletubbies. I did grow up on hip-hop as well, thanks to my mom. I grew up listening to Biggie, Tupac, Eminem. Like, I mean, that was what I grew up with. So I'm at heart, I love hip-hop music. But I just love music in general. I love country music. I love rock and roll. I love metal. I love music, right? But my go-to is hip-hop, and my wife hates it. She's like, why do you listen to this junk? Well, that's what I grew up to. I was in the backseat of the station wagon, driving through the campground. I had my hair all spiked up with my visor on, upside down, tilted sideways. I'm Slim Shady if I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So who, the real Slim Shady, please stand up. That's what I grew up to, guys. I thought I was the shit. I was a 5-year-old little, yeah, anyway. But yeah, And then my dad, I moved in with my dad in the 7th grade, and I finished out middle school and high school, and he did not like hip hop whatsoever. He absolutely hated it. I could not play hip hop at all. It was AC/DC, Metallica, Pink Floyd, you know, Dave Matthews Band. That's what I started growing up to in the later stages of life. And I just, overall, I love music. I just love music, guys. Good music. How do I visualize Malibu's Most Wanted? Oh, dude, I literally watched Malibu's Most Wanted like 2 months ago. I was like, my God, I haven't seen this in a long time. I haven't seen Malibu's Most Wanted in years. So I watched it like a couple months ago. It was a funny movie. Why do I visualize Malibu's Most Wanted in that story? That's how it was. Visor, upside down, tilted sideways, spiky hair, baggy, basketball shorts, baggy, and you remember the And One jerseys from like Target, And One, or it was Kohl's. Remember And One, the white and blue jerseys? Everybody thought they were cool if you had And One. That was me. Yeah, with my Jordans, my knee-high socks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Knee-high socks. No, it wasn't Jordans. What was it, guys? It was Dadas. Who remembers Dadas? Out of the East Bay magazine. Remember, you used to get the East Bay magazine and you'd see all those cool shoes with like the spinners. They were Dadas. Yeah, I bought a pair of I had my mom buy me a pair of Dadas. So I was wearing Dadas. Spinner shoes. They had the little spinners in the sides, right? Knee-high socks, baggy And One clothes, visor upside down, tilted sideways. They used to have this goop. Like, it would spike your hair, but it would also color it at the same time. So I'd put like blue and gray and stuff in there. I thought I was the shit. I thought I was the coolest 6-year-old ever. Come to look back, what was my mom thinking? Why would she let me dress up like that? Oh my goodness. Yeah. SPRT, we lost it yesterday, that $20 level, but we're actually seeing a nice little bounce there on SPRT with some good volume. So honestly, guys, SPRT has some freaking good potential. I mean, look at that daily chart. Destroyed, coming right down to fill that $20 gap. Banging off the 20 EMA, hitting the 20 EMA, bouncing. Definitely looking like it's going to form a nice little doji here at the bottom of this downtrend on a volume increase as well. So again, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red days, right, on decreased volume, followed by a doji at the bottom of the downtrend, right? So you got a doji forming at the bottom of the downtrend above a level of support with an increase of volume. That's a strong indication that we could see a short-term price reversal on SPRT, possibly to fill this gap, possibly back up to 31 to fill that daily gap. So again, this is a great indication we could start to see SPRT rock and roll over the next week or two as well to possibly fill that gap up into the 30s. So I wouldn't be touching options. I wouldn't be touching options on these. Like, I just couldn't. They're like 300%, 400%. I couldn't touch options. Even going out a week until expiration, they're still like 400% on the IV. I would just buy shares. I would maybe buy like 50 shares. Invest $1,000. 50 shares, it goes up $10 to fill the gap. It's $500, right? It's not bad. That's 50% return, guys. I would take 50% on equities, not getting stuck and having to really deal with the the high IV. If this one doesn't work out and it sits sideways, at least you're not getting hit with an IV crush, and you can physically manage that trade pretty well. Now, obviously, the returns wouldn't be as substantial, but you'd be able to manage that risk 10 times better. Actually having equities on something like SPRT versus options. So, top stocks to watch tonight, all right? As we end our day with 2 minutes to go. Top stocks to watch tonight and tomorrow morning and tomorrow when that bell rings. SPRT. We filled the gap. We bounced off the 20 EMA, putting in a doji with an increase in volume. That is a strong sign of a reversal. SPRT. EFTR, right? Looking to probably see the stock do nothing tonight, do nothing tomorrow morning, may see a slight gap down, and then we're just going to keep it on watch to see if it has another day ahead of it. Let's see if it does what it did today, right? Slight gap down, shot to the upside. Let's see if we see it kind of just consolidate, do nothing tonight and tomorrow, maybe open up and have another good day ahead of it. ATER, on high watch. High watch. Tonight, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow intraday as well. Looking for the break of the downtrend above $9 support. If we can see a break of the downtrend here in post-market, holding above $9 support, we do have room back up towards around 10, 10.50, and then 11.75 there on ATER. Don't forget about AMC, guys. Don't forget about AMC. I would really prefer AMC to not break over 48 in pre-market or post-market. So I would really ideally prefer AMC to break intraday and get that initial pop and that initial break intraday and see it rip and run that day. Really wouldn't want to see it above $48 in pre-market or post-market. Ideally like to see it continue to stay below 48 until tomorrow, maybe Friday, and then get the break over 48 out of that nice little breakout formation on the daily chart. And then lastly, BBIG, not on high watch, nothing that I would say, watch it tonight, watch it tomorrow. But definitely something that we should add to our prior day mover watch list just to see if BBIG ever does set back up again for another trade. But honestly, we've had a lot of hype behind it, right? Like, you know, I don't know who says this, but a lemon only has so much juice, right? A stock can only go up so much before it starts losing interest, losing attention, and it starts fading. We had that one last opportunity, and that's why we took BBIG, because I saw one more opportunity to retest those highs. And we did today. So again, BBIG may be done, but it's still worth adding to that, you know, previous day watch list just to see if BBIG does set up again. You never know. All right, guys. So once again, I better see your guys' profits in profits chat. Better see those profits in profits chat, because I know some of you guys were crushing ATER. I know some of you guys were crushing EFTR. I better see those profits tonight, guys. Once again, congratulations. Awesome work. I think it was Tyler. You're right. I think it was Tyler. A lemon only has so much juice. A stock will only go up so high before it loses interest, before it loses the attention of traders. BBIG, we had opportunity into last week, into early this week. We've already hit target. BBIG right now, in my opinion, is done. But if we see BBIG set back up again, we'll be ready to rock and roll, guys. Good job. Good work. Locking in. Amazing profits, team. I know I haven't day traded the last 2 days, but hey, these swing trades paying off, hitting my daily goal, honestly, exceeding what I would probably want to make in a week, right? My goal is $150 per day. So over the course of 10 days, that's $1,500. I was able to lock in $1,100. So that's about 6 trading days of goal hit in just 2 days of swing trading BBIG and ATER. So with that being said, my goal is to retain those profits, to hold on to those profits, right? Not overtrade, not do anything stupid. Continue to be smart, continue to trade properly, continue to wait for the best of the best opportunity. And if I don't find the best of the best opportunity, I'm going to continue to sit back on my hands and be patient, right? 2 days back to back with no intraday day trades. And that right there is a great example, team, of you do not have to day trade every single day to make consistent profits in the stock market, right? So with that being said, good job, good work, congratulations. And each and every one of you have a phenomenal evening. And I will see you guys back here tomorrow morning inside a chat right at 7 o'clock a.m. And then here on YouTube right around 9 o'clock a.m. as we go live. Once again, before we end our day, watching SPRT on High Watch tonight, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow as well. Watching EFTR for tomorrow, and definitely watching ATER. So ATER, the number one stock that I would watch here in after hours. I like it above $9. As long as we're holding above $9, I think we see 10.50 again this evening. All right. Definitely watching ATER tomorrow. And then SPRT, definitely want to keep this one on watch tonight, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow as well. So Casey, Skylar, Trader Girl, Beth, JR, Shots, Corey, have a wonderful evening. Once again, congratulations. Awesome work. Everybody over on YouTube, Ron, Ralph, Gonzo, Frank, Chris, Real Little Spaz, George the Cloud. Have an amazing evening. Be smart, be safe tonight in post-market. Go ahead and take those profits home with you. Enjoy your night. Disconnect. And I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you guys have any questions, you know where to find me. shoot me a message here inside the chat or send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. I am always here for you. I want to see each and every one of you successful. And if I can help you in any way, do not hesitate to let me know. Do not hesitate to reach out. I will see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. Have a wonderful night, team. I'll see you guys tomorrow.